Come on, load, you little shit. Hello, freedom. I printed out an octopus last night, which in silk with fully articulating legs, and one of the joins of one of the arms just got screwed up in the X1, and I don't know how. I finished the print, but it's missing an arm, which really pisses me off. Like, really pisses me off. But, you know, can't be helped. Well, could have been helped. I'm just rather a bit annoyed. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. Yes, this. This is what I wanted. Now what I need to do is show. I need to be able to. I'm just making a. I don't know, but flat earthers get so fucking confused. They really do. I'm making a way to show people that two things. One, the stars don't change position through the year if you're looking in the same fucking direction. It would only be outward from the equator that the stars would change. And then two, that you don't get an analemma with the stars, you thick pieces of shit. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. You very mistaken individuals. There you go. Very mistaken individuals. That's a better way to put it, I think. So what I want to do is with this arrow. Yeah, this arrow. Let's just duplicate one and put it on the side so that we can be looking at it with this camera. And we want to be looking at that. Awesome. So it's the orientation that changes. The stars are still there. I really still need to label these stars up, to be fair. BP. I mean, I might need more coffee. What's BP? Yeah, no, I need to. Oh, blood pressure. Yeah, I'll have a look at. I'll have a look at them. I've just printed out. Well, I've just been printing out all the bits for ducting and special connectors for my paint spray booths, and along with, and then I've got a nice little rechargeable file thing that I'm going to use, just to help smooth off some prints in some areas and stuff. But you get the really fine, like PLA or ABS dust. So I've created a ducting system, so that I can just couple a really strong industrial vacuum to it under the desk, and then just turn it on, and it takes it out. I've got a little area on the desk that has got loads of suction now, so I don't get PLA dust in my face or in my lungs. But yeah, how that does the analemma, which is fine, and shows us the background. Oh, that is weird though when you play it like that and see it with the stars of what's happening for the year. Oof. Yeah, that's difficult to visualize. Let's turn that off. That's better. Jesus. Ugh, that was weird. I thought I'd broken it then. It was that weird. Alright, so I've got the analemma. I can quickly go look north and look at the star trails. Well, the stars basically, to show that, hey, you know, we're always looking in that direction. I don't get why this changes angle though. That's a bit weird. Oh, now I do. Whoops. Okay. Shouldn't have done that, but, you know. Can't even see the damn thing with the stars on. Oh, can't even see the damn thing anyway. Awesome. Why can't I see? I think it's the north. Yeah, that one. There we go. I think I need to just unparent this. And parent it to the actual. No, parent it to the actual geometry, I would say. Although the geometry is not selectable because I'm not that bright. Ah, damn it. Show how Polaris altitude matches Earth longitude when observing Polaris for the flat Earth. Yeah, yeah, altitude, latitude. Yeah, I mean, I should do that. I've wanted to do that. I could, and that could be a really easy thing. It is on my list, the linear relationship between looking at near infinite objects and traversing along a longitude. You have obviously a linear relationship, which is cool. And yeah, I should do that. I really should. Wait a minute, that's what I want. Main axis of rotation. And then just parent to that, which means now it rotates relative, which means the camera doesn't change. That's what I wanted. But actually, that's what I want for all of these, which is a bit of a pain. So let's get all of these and unparent them. But keep transformations and then select the main axis and parent. And then these now all work as okay, of course they don't, because Blender's shit. Yeah, because you've got multiple things selected. Of course I don't want to do it to all the things that I've got selected. Yes, Blender, obviously. Because that'd be a bit weird, wouldn't it? Blender is like flat earthers sometimes. It's really frustrating. But anyway, there we go. That's better. So now when I turn the star trails on to show them in the observer, we can see that constellations, because you're looking upwards, you're going to see the north. Well, you're going to see constellations. This is on the equator, by the way, so you've got a problem here anyway. But if we're north in the northern hemisphere, would you look at that? Looking north in the northern hemisphere, you see the same stars throughout the year. Oh, what a fucking epiphany that is. What an epiphany. Jesus. My God, that's... Oh, nice. Well, I just randomly set this to 37.67. But yeah, look at that. Fucking... You're just rotating around the stars there. You'd see the same constellations, but just different orientations. So if I get orientations labeled up on this model, and obviously, yeah, the Milky Way changes. If I get constellation maps on this model not only will predict analemmas, like we can see the sun whizzing in and out there. It won't only show the flat earthers that yes, you can see northern stars in the northern hemisphere all the time, just not when you look out. It'll show the transitional stars, and it'll show the orientation differences of the looking north to northern star constellations. So yeah, this is going to be good. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to put the moon in here as well, because for some reason, flat earthers now think there's a problem with the moon, which is just like really weird. It's really weird. I don't get it sometimes. They must just think they're really smart and everybody else is really dumb. And then they discover this amazing thing about the moon that's been known for like 10,000 years. It's like, look what we found. Well, no, not really. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with people not understanding something. I have a problem with people asserting that they know something to be true when they don't understand it. That's what I have a problem with, and I don't like that at all. That's just wrong. That is so wrong. It's not even funny. But what I was going to do is I was going to rip another model. And I was going to use that other model as a moon like detection thingy. And the reason why I'm going, or I want to do that, I mean, this is obviously my go-to model for the sun, I don't know, pretty much everything. Oh, by the way, I don't know whether anybody saw it, but the eclipses on a flat Earth, my God, they are funny. Because logically, if you just think about this, an eclipse on a flat Earth, it can't be because of the moon, because it just can't be. Oddly, the moon and the sun are the same size, which means it would never cause the eclipse because the shadow on the ground is only 60 miles wide. So why is the horizon straight then? You'd expect it to be straight. You'd expect it to be like fucking 0.0001 tangential difference left to right on a rectilinear lens, even at 100 feet. So it's not. In fact, I'll show you. I shall show you how flat the horizon is. Where are we? Scale Earth. There we go. So, Reuben. So this is Titanic. Oh, and that's an iceberg. Too soon. Love that. And actually, let's have it mid-crash. So, boom, there we go. Right, anyway, so this is the Titanic. And it isn't a particularly large ship. And if you look round, we have a lovely flat horizon. Now, if we go all the way back here, this is a 1 kilometer volume now, this thing here, this box. And we have a look around, and it's still flat. It's just flat as a pancake. Now we can see a 10 kilometer volume, and this is still flat as a pancake to me. It absolutely is. But if we go higher, we start to notice something, a little bit of curvature. Why? Because we're on a huge scale Earth. So from anywhere near the surface, you are not expected to see curvature. You see the effect. I don't feel the need to defend something that's made up, as in every fucking assertion you just made in that sentence. But yeah, so we see the effects of curvature, and a brilliant example of that is, and I love this as an example because this measures against reality. This gives us the option to go out in reality and say, hey, what do we expect to see? And then we see exactly the prediction, or near enough. So on this here would be a 345-mile ocean on a flat Earth with ships going away. And everything converges due to perspective, and everything's just fine on this thing. It's like a perfect snooker table or something like that, or a pool table. And then we go here, and then we can see a boat 300 miles away. Well, that's fine. But this isn't what we see in reality, this here. No one sees this. These boats range from 3 miles to, I think, 8.5. Don't quote me on that, but I think that one's about 8.5 miles away from a 1 meter observer height. So, but what we do tend to see is this. A boat going away goes down. Now, the crazy thing about the going down bit, Fredo. The crazy thing about the going down bit. Oh, by the way, Fredo, I'm not a fan of Elon Musk, just so you know. The crazy thing about going down bit is that's what we see when we look outside and we measure it. And when I say measure, I mean take an optical reading, like read degrees from anything that you can read degrees from. I mean, commonly you could just take a photo And if you know the field of view of the camera and you've got an accelerometer on the camera where you can level it up, that's taking a measurement pretty much. And you can see that, well, the hull of this goes down and down and down. It's still there. It's not converging. It's not magically doing anything. The whole boat is still there. It's just you can't see it now because of water, and it went down. And going down is the issue. So that's the problem. The problem isn't necessarily the water. The problem is it's going down. That's it. It's going down. So exactly like here, this vessel, this one starts out, and it's quite, it's quite visible. We can see all the parts to it, but yet when it gets further away from the observer, it's gone down. That's it, down. I actually don't care that the water is here. The water is pretty much irrelevant. Now, the issue with this is when I look at what the flat Earth predicts for an 8-mile vessel, this is match. That's it. That's what I don't get, is people's aversion to recognizing something that's just utterly demonstrable. And that's it. It's just there, right there. If we were on a curving water, if we were looking out over a curving water surface and we saw a boat traveling away that at one point was close and then got further away and went down, and that's the thing, it's just doing this. That's it. So it starts off, and that pink line there is perspective convergence line. It shouldn't, that perspective convergence line should stay at the same point in the vessel all the time, but now it's starting to go above the vessel. Really start to going above the vessel till, vessel says, screw you, perspective on a flat plane, and just keeps going down. Now that vessel is just traveling, that vessel now is, I don't know, let's say 20 miles away or something. It's still on the water. It's just that it's on a curving water surface, and much like looking at the plank, when you look at its side on here, you cannot really tell that this is not flat, that this is bending or curving. You have to look down one side to realize that, oh, hang about, it is curving. And that's exactly what you do with a plank. So there you go. This alone, I mean, even if there was, and I hate the word proof, evidence is better. This is incredible strong evidence that hasn't been invalidated for the fact that this video shows a vessel traveling away on a curving water surface. That's it. This shows evidence that this vessel is traveling away on a curving water surface. That's it. Do you know the radius and diameter, or have you been told? I've been told, but guess what? What I can do in geometry is change the radius. Let's make the radius more. Oh no, sorry, that's concave. Let's make the radius more. Less. 1 degrees. 2 degrees. 2.5 over that time, which is the curvature of the Earth. Let's make it twice the curvature of the Earth, shall we? Oh, well. Let's make it completely flat. I can test all of these. That's the brilliant thing about geometry. And I can see which one matches reality. And that's the key. I can see which one matches reality. Okay, let me say it again. I can see which one matches reality. And that just, I just love that. It just works. It matches reality. I want to see if a flat earther is in here that I wanted to invite up for a chat. No, except I don't trust TikTok Live Studio on PC anyway, because, sod it. Just, it doesn't work. Wow, wait a minute. When loads of people, I hate it when there's like 277 people in it. It's hard to read the chat. I don't read the chat in the best of times, but when it's just spinning by, that's like. And is there a way if someone tags you to sort of see it. Yeah, this is annoying. No curve, buddy. Well, if there was a curve, it'd look like this. I agree with you, there's no curve. But if there was a curve, it'd look like this, a ship going away. Yeah, yep, there we go. It'd look like this. That's what it'd look like. And wait for it. Uh-oh. 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 I should have that as a sound effect. I really should have that as a sound effect. Uh-oh. 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 That'll be a flat earth. Uh-oh. It's not like a nuh-uh. It's like a uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my God. That's funny. I mean, if this is for anybody saying that there's no curve, if there is no curve, how come when I geometrically predict what would happen to a vessel traveling away on a curve, it matches reality? Or do you not want to address that? Do you not want to address that a ship traveling on a curve exactly matches reality? I want to say exactly, given a percentile. 1%. So, yes, it does match reality. So, even though I can't say this water's curving, I can say if it was, this is exactly what we would expect to see. There we go. So, if a ship goes away on a curving water surface, I would expect it to look exactly like the reality of the vessel that someone recorded, or that they record going over the supposed horizon. I would expect it to exactly match what we see. Okay. That's fairly simple to understand, right? I expect it to match. Whereas the flat Earth doesn't. Let's do a blink test again. Uh-oh. 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 Sorry, I can't resist. I can't resist. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I want to record my daughter doing that when she drops something or breaks something, so I could just put it. I could use it as a sound effect. But yeah, there we go. So flat Earth prediction, reality. Flat Earth prediction, reality. Flat Earth prediction, reality. Flat Earth prediction, globe prediction, reality. Globe prediction, reality. Globe prediction, reality. I mean, it's up to you guys what you want to what you think is going on here, but you know. And for those that say perspective convergence, smushy compression, it's like, okay, well, you need to demonstrate that. Write a paper, win a fucking Nobel Prize, because it just looks like, if I remove the water, exactly like going on a curve without all that special pleading, made up magic bullshit. So, you know, I'm really sorry. And I get it. I'm actually more interested in why people believe in flat Earth than anything else. I really am. Share the show, guys, because I want to get. There is a certain flat Earther that I want to have a chat to. And I think the guy is, you know, I like his intent and I like his ethos, but it's just I'd like him to criticize the globe. I really would, but have someone that can explain it basically. Yes, but Sting, tell me an argument against this from. Oh, wait a minute. From a fleur. I don't get it. I mean, the problem is the way that I structure the argument is a purely geometric. There's no argument against this in the way that I structure it. So if I say, "Hey, this is a purely geometric prediction," and the pure geometric prediction matches this, the articulate argument against it is, well, I'm not including the atmosphere in this. And I mean, that's great. That's great and incredibly true. Except the standard atmospheric refraction adds, which is oddly 7/6R is the way that we work it out. The reason why the 7/6R is there, the R is the radius of the Earth. So in order to include refraction in this, of standard atmospheric refraction, do you know what I have to do? I have to do that. That's all I had to do. Now that matches the nautical almanacs and the dip correction equation that says you need the radius of the Earth multiplied by standard atmospheric refraction fraction to compensate for to give you a dip correction adjustment, an angle adjustment. That's what dip correction is. So I've just done that to this model. I don't do it because I don't need to. At purely geometry, which is this, it pretty much matches. Yes, if I wanted it 100% accurate, I'd have standard atmospheric refraction always. But I like to show people that if it was purely geometric, it goddamn matches really well. And the thing about refraction is it doesn't aid flat Earth either. It actually makes flat Earth worse. So the proposition of flat Earth becomes worse with refraction because now. So if I take this, so let's do this. Let's take this to flat Earth level. So there we go. That's flat Earth, and we've got an horizon clearly behind this vessel now, because this horizon is 320 or 345 miles away. So now let's put in a little bit of flat Earth refraction. Did you see what just happened? Holy shit. The horizon got monumentally higher at 345 miles. Okay, so let's not put in that. Let's put in standard atmospheric refraction, which I believe is something like that. Can you see how high the horizon got? Now, it went from this to this. Oops, wait a minute. It went from that to that. That's adding refraction on a flat Earth. The Earth would look concave. That's just demonstrable within physics. So flat Earth is closer to reality without refraction. Globe Earth matches reality to a last percentile without refraction, and matches. Wait a minute, where are we? 2.45, and matches perfectly with refraction. There you go. So that's why. So the only argument against this is it doesn't use the atmosphere. That statement by itself is irrelevant. You have to qualify it and then quantify the effect. It doesn't use the atmosphere. The atmosphere is non-homogeneous. There's varying densities, and you're looking through a thick fluid type thing, which is the air, and using Fermat's principle through a non-homogeneous medium, light will predominantly bend down due to the layering of the pressure bands on the atmosphere, give or take any other temperature differentials outside of that range. Therefore, light would bend predominantly down, which makes a flat Earth concave. That's it. And makes a globe look like a slightly bigger globe. That's it. So there's no real getting around this. Refraction just predominantly makes a globe look like a bigger globe. That's it. And that's the issue. But yeah, that's the best debate a smart flat earther. I would love to. Do you want to find me one? Howard, hello. Hello. Howard.
That's me.
Oh, how are you doing? Are you a flat earther?
Are you a Freemason?
No.
No.
Oh, so you're not a flat earther?
So you're not a Freemason?
No.
No.
Okay, cool. I only really want flat earthers up to have a chat with, unfortunately.
Oh, well, I'm not a glober. I know where we don't live. We don't live on a spinning space ball.
Okay.
So you can.
Okay, that's cool. And what leads you to believe that?
What leads you to believe we're living on a spinning space ball?
The fact that when
I think the onus would be on globers, given the fact that we're paying $70 million tax money a day to keep the fraud called NASA going. So the onus, I'm a lawyer, so onus goes back and forth in a court of law. So the onus is on you and all these people saying that we're on a spinning space ball to prove that. And it
Well,
hasn't been proven, given the fact that there are millions of flat earthers all over the world. So go ahead and prove it, buddy.
yeah, and I mean, would you take a accurate representative geometric model giving accurate predictions of anywhere at any time for anyone as proof? As evidence?
Under cross-examination, that would never stand up in a court of law.
Why would it not? Why would it not?
It hasn't. It's been into
No. What I'm saying is, why would it not? Sorry, you misunderstood me. Why would it not?
The evidence.
So the evidence is, if we were on a curving water surface and a boat was going away, it would look like this, and reality looks like this.
That's not reality. There's something called convergence. Do you know anything about convergence, my son?
Convergence, you're a Poe, actually. Convergence isn't reality, you said.
Listen, we could have an expert witness explain to you. I could provide an expert witness explain to you what convergence is and how it affects our optic nerves and how we see.
Okay, yes. No. You don't believe what you're saying.
You're a Freemason, you have an agenda, and you're creating a very toxic environment in your own brain where parasites thrive. So good luck with that, son.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not think you believe what you preach. And I noticed it in your mind, in your voice. A genuine flat earther would be very. And someone said, a lawyer saying convergence happens in the optic nerve. Yeah, okay. I can't have a discussion with someone that thinks that, because that's fucking weird. That's like, oh my god, I can't even diagnose what that would. Oh my god, yes, that's just funny. I wonder why everybody says, "Am I what's the fascination with Freemasons?" Jesus. You see, flat earthers have a hard-on about Freemasons for some reason. I don't know why. But anyway, I guess they need someone to blame. Oh, right, is it? Okay, Luna. Yeah, it didn't sound very much like a lawyer. It wouldn't stand up in cross-examination. Great, why? Because it's been done. That's not really an answer to the question. If someone asks you why, you don't actually just not fucking answer the question if you're a lawyer or you're in a court of law. It's a very specific question. That's like saying, oh, because Anyway, any flat earther that wants to genuinely come up and have a conversation, I'm fine with, by the way. But yeah, not someone that believes the Freemasonic optic nerve is responsible for some special kind of convergence. And I should have asked him, does this match this? Because I'm pretty sure he'd have said no. That's it, right, Howard? You'd have said no. And that would have been interesting to me. A lot more interesting than the other bullshit that he said. But yeah, any flat earther wants to come up and question the globe. I won't even put the triggering real life example comparison on screen. We could just have the magic rotating spinning space ball chasing a distant star while rotating at 1,000 miles an hour. Which is awesome. Every time I say this, it just gets funnier and funnier. Rotating at 1,000 miles an hour. What, even if you're at the North fucking Pole? Are you sure? Oh my god. Anyway, yes. So a globe rotating predicts our reality pretty much spot on every single time. I do need to build a moon thing though, and I was going to build it out of this, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, flirts. Yeah, I don't think they like math or science at all. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that that maths and science are not a flat earther's friend. They'll claim to be scientific, but then they'll ignore all of scientific law and theory. which is a bit weird. That's like saying I hate football while cheering for a football team. That's like saying I don't rob banks while robbing a bank. That's just weird. Oh, that's like saying I hate robbing banks while robbing a bank. Actually, those analogies make no fucking sense. Oh, I need a coffee. But anyway, yes, any flat earther wants to come up and ask a question about the globe and invalidate it in some way, I would be very, very appreciative, because these stats are not looking good. Not going to lie, these stats look absolutely terrible. But, there's still hope. There is still hope. Everybody share the live and hit the fucking heart thing, because there's a certain flat earther that I want to attract to have a conversation with. Because I heard some very weird things on a video that he released earlier. I'm going to tell you guys what his name is in a second when I find it on my TikTok on my mobile, because what it was is, I think this flat earther believes that the spin is why water is on our planet. And it's like, what? What the hell? But then goes on to say, they'll have you believe that spinning at 1,000 miles an hour causes the water to stick to a ball. It's like, what? That's not even a correct statement. That makes no sense, and no one believes that. So yeah, I definitely want to chat. Oh, Matthias, that was his name. Yes, Matthias. Come on, Matthias, get in here. Let's have a chat. But yeah, any flat earther, please come up. Let's have a chat. I don't bite. Models don't bite. I'm pretty sure you can invalidate them very, very easily. In fact, so easily that it might just take you a couple of minutes. You just need to come up with an observation that just won't ever match by being on a rotating space ball with a distant sun. Or better still, well, actually, no, it wouldn't be better still. But so it's not quite equal, but what would be good in addition to is finding just a single thing that works on flat Earth. That would be good. Because, I mean, you're going to have to say that the moon isn't responsible for the eclipse. You just are. That's it. There's no getting around that. But the issue, oh, not that one. The issue with that is we see the moon passing in front of the sun. It's exactly where we'd expect the moon to be. It's exactly as ancient civilizations would predict where the moon is going to be. Just using statistics. Yet, in order to create anything near the eclipse that's coming up, do you want to see the wacky motion the moon has to do? So, and this is only based on a single assertion: the sun and the moon are approximately the same size. That doesn't work, actually, if one's in front of the other. But there we go. So the eclipse is going to start out in Texas. Now, this is what the moon has to do to maintain its shadow if the sun is orbiting. So first of all, it is making a straight goddamn beeline to, I'm going to say, Wyoming at the moment. It fucking is. And then it's going to and then it's going to slow down. It has to then create an arc. But even then, the shadow now is not the shadow that we're going to see, because that light source cast on a flat surface is not creating a circle. It's not creating a circle. So we've got a bit of a problem here. So an eclipse cannot work on a flat Earth using the moon. And yes, the sun is just off the equinox at the moment. So in order to cast And I mean, in order to cast a 60-mile wide shadow with the sun that's over there, this is where the moon has to be. So I mean, it's going to be a beautiful view in Boston in a minute, and a beautiful view in like Minneapolis and all those kind of places. It's going to be fucking fantastic. The moon's going to be like 30 degrees in your fucking sky. That's going to be impressive on a flat Earth. Eclipse. So yeah, the flat Earth eclipse really doesn't work at all. And I mean, the motions that this has to go through, it's just ridiculous. That's I mean, like, yeah, this is the moon. Let's just look at the motion of the moon 2 seconds. Comes down like this and goes meow, and that's what it has to do to cast the shadow in the correct place. So it doesn't matter about the size. This is just to get the shadow in the right place. So this moon here does get the shadow in the right place. Obviously, it's too big, but it gets the shadow in the right place. And the moon's got to be there on a flat Earth. It's got to do this. If totality in the United States is what it's going to be, this is what you believe in. This right here. Or you can be 100% ignorant and just say, I don't want to figure this out. I don't want to understand it. I don't want to realize that it's false as shit and just made up. I just want to believe anyway. Now fuck off. And if that's the case, you shouldn't be in this discussion. This discussion is about finding truth, not about ignoring things. So yes, this is your flat Earth eclipse. Not great. Not great at all. Oh, and besides, yeah, so here as well, anybody in Texas now is seeing a full moon that's only 20 miles above the fucking surface of America. But there you go. There you go. That's going to be an issue. And the brilliant thing about this is people saying it's CGI is there's no difference in doing CGI versus a physical model. This could be a fucking table. This could be an omnidirectional light bulb, and this could be just a fucking ping pong ball. It still doesn't work. This just allows me to animate it and show you. Imagine my hand being there with a ping pong ball. Nothing changes. Not one thing changes. Nothing changes doing this on a flat surface with an omnidirectional light bulb and a ping pong ball. Not one thing changes. For you to insinuate it does, you are either incredibly delusional, incredibly mistaken, or you're lying outright and fooling yourself. So, yeah, it doesn't make a difference. I'm really sorry. If it does, fucking prove it. Show me it on a flat table with a ping pong ball and a light. Show me how different it is than doing this. Because, yeah, that doesn't make a difference. And it doesn't matter whether Earth is a square either. You just need a flat surface. The fact that this is, a circle shape and flat is irrelevant. It just needs to be flat or predominantly flat. That's it. So, yes. But if anybody wants to come up and actually articulate why this is wrong and help me figure it out. But the problem is, in professional work, the one thing that I don't ever want to tolerate that much from any member of my team is quite simply coming up. I mean, they can point out issues, absolutely, but I want solutions. If you've already thought of the problem, give me a solution, because you've been at the advantage the most. So when you come up and say, haha, this doesn't work because it just doesn't work. Great. What's the solution? Oh, I don't know. We don't know what anything is. That's not a solution. That's called ignorance. Move the light far away. The problem is, you don't need to move the light far away when it's just past the equinox. That means on this red line on the land, you look up at solar noon and the fucking light is there. So it doesn't matter. It gets worse if I increase the altitude of this sun. This gets worse, not better. You can't move it left or right because there's a definitive position above the ground at zenith, perpendicular to the ground, the normal of the ground pointing at the sun, there's definitive positions in objective reality of where this is. So yeah. No, I don't believe in God. God is a man-made construct to control the minds of lesser individuals, derived from a set of books and fables that were fairy tales and stories with the intent to control the lesser populations, and it did a fucking good job, especially in the Old Testament, even in the New Testament as well. So, no, I don't believe in the ramblings of old civilizations constructed by incredibly powerful men that decided what would be in them. I'm a bit more free thinking than that, unfortunately. So yeah, the reason, I mean, on a flat Earth, this is the most important thing on a flat Earth. These lines are objectively, we can figure out where the sun is. We can measure it. So we know on the equinox, it's going to be on above this red line. If you're stood there, solar noon, it's directly above you. You don't cast a shadow. Now, great. We know where the sun is. We just don't know its altitude. But guess what? We could go 100 miles or 1,000 miles north or south and get the angle, the elevation angle. And guess what? Now we can work out the altitude. Awesome. Except nothing ever works when we do that. And that's different. So, yeah, bit of an issue. But any flat earther, please, you're welcome to come up and correct me in my mistaken ways with this beautiful non-eclipse working model that just, there's no way that an eclipse would ever work. Ever. Period. Ever. However, I haven't done an eclipse on the globe yet because I want to do my moon. I've got to do my moon model and then I'll do an eclipse. But the moon model, unfortunately, is going to have to have maths in it for the orbit, I think, which I wasn't a fan of. Really wasn't a fan of, but I'm just going to have to do it because, you know, just going to be one of those things. If anybody wants to come up and get a prediction, that is a flat earther, get a prediction of what their sunrise, sunset will be on any given day, feel free. Repent. The end is near. The end has been near for an incredibly long time throughout all of history by the ramblings of very confused little individuals. So I'm fine, thank you. And besides, even if all religion, don't get me off on a religious rant. Jesus Christ, that's wrong. Don't do that. I will go off on one, and nobody wants to hear that. They really don't. Right, let's have a look. See if anybody's here that wants to come up. No, still no requests yet from any flat earthers wanting to come up and debate. See, what they do is they sit in their little echo chambers of like 12 people and allow one guest up. I have what? I have two people in the box. Oh shit! You're not kidding. Oh, fucking studio piece of shit. Hello, Eric. How are you doing?
Good morning. I don't like your model. I think the grids are wrong, so it's not doing the path correctly. You got grids that converge at the North Pole and then spread out wide at the South Pole, and that grid is going to make your model wrong.
Okay, cool. So
you're going to want to speed up the wider the grids go.
Okay, so what you're saying is I need to condense all the outside of these grids down to a point, right?
Yeah, because each one of them have to line up with an equal distance. Like a mile up top towards the North Pole is not going to be a mile down towards the Antarctica, whatever that wall is. It's not going to be the same distance. So your grid is wrong. So your model is not going to accurately predict the shadow or anything.
Oh no, I agree with you. But can we say that at the equator of 24,000 miles, that the distances between the longitudinal lines is actually pretty spot on?
Okay. So
and wait a minute. The eclipse is happening with the sun just past the equinox. So it's pretty spot on, right?
I guess I can see how you're doing it.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you.
All right, bye.
It makes a little bit more sense that way.
See you later.
Bye.
I don't think that was a flat earther, but so be it. Oh my God. What? How the hell did you get your name upside down?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Good. I've been trying to get up for like 15 minutes. I've been shared this live by Jorge. I think that he would like to see me debate you.
Oh, right. Nice.
Okay,
cool.
So you're talking about, first of all, the eclipse, the upcoming eclipse.
Yeah.
April 8th.
Yeah. Do you have an explanation of this?
You're strawmanning our model and saying that this doesn't work because of, what did you say, eclipses and because of angles of elevation and your zenith angle?
So the reason why it doesn't work is if you go off the assertion, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I know flat Earth, there's no unified theory of flat Earth. So it's incredibly hard to say, oh, well, I think they think this and be accurate, because every flat earther might think something different. So do you think do you think the moon is responsible? First of all, do you think the moon is responsible for the shadow on the ground in an eclipse?
Could be, could not be.
Okay.
There could be.
Okay, so at that point there, yeah. So
if you're going to ask me a question, maybe I can.
No, that's fine. At that moment,
since you're going to ask me a question, I'm just going to expand on it. There's a video by John Levy showing an eclipse from the airplane. That 50 different people that show 4 different translucent orbs. So it could be the moon. It could be something else, right?
Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, at that point, is there any way to demonstrate that it is that something else, or have you got any inkling with any evidence that it is something else?
Well, I urge anyone in the comments right now to type in John Levy eclipse question and look for the eclipse from the plane. Pretty straightforward.
So that would be.
If we're talking about eclipses.
Yeah.
Hold on. If we're talking about eclipses and you are making the claim that it only works on your model, which is what you're exclaiming, right? How does your Senalian eclipse work?
My Selenilian, or Celine Dion, I like to call it. I haven't actually got that in one of my models, but I do intend to do it. I know how it works, but
that's the single. Well, if you consider a solar eclipse and you consider a Senalian, they completely destroy the globe.
Call it Celine Dion. Call it Celine Dion. It's easier.
Okay, so you have geometry and you have a solar eclipse. You have a sun supposedly 93 million miles away at the vernal equinox, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have the shadows of the moon being cast, and the moon is 2,200 mile wide object. There are parallel rays coming from a sun 93 million miles away, and the moon is casting a 90-mile path of totality. How do you actually decrease the size of a shadow on your ball Earth?
You decrease.
Can you demonstrate this in real time?
Yeah, if you want.
So you can demonstrate it in real time with.
Yeah, are you aware of what penumbra umbra is on shadows and why?
We can actually.
Okay, wait a minute. This isn't gonna. Wait a minute. Whoa! Calm down.
You can actually prove it.
Calm down 2 seconds. This isn't going. Oh my God! Wait a minute. This isn't going to work if when I say yes and I get 2 words into it, then you start over talking me. It won't. I'm open to having a civil conversation. I'm open to having a civil conversation. Believe it or not, I'm an incredibly nice person. I actually am, but
it seems like your bias has you on some sort of different tangent, but it's okay. I apologize for interrupting.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I'm not going to lie to you. I do have a bias, but my bias is towards things that, you see, if you came up here to argue about quantum physics, I ain't interested. I can't demonstrate that to myself, really. Most of it is just, I'm not going to call it hearsay because there's evidence for it, but I don't understand that evidence, nor am I that interested. I like things that, like things that are demonstrable to me as a human being that are achievable for me to go and do. So if we live on a sphere with a 6.4 millimeter radius and we're in this position, it's got this axial tilt and the sun's this far away, what would I see in my sky if we were rotating? And then I do a prediction, then I go outside and look at that. That's something I can do. I can't do any of the quantum physics bullshit. I can't demonstrate to you the cause of gravity because I don't think anybody can. You know, none of that is within my capability to do.
So let's stick to the things that we're capable of proving.
Okay,
So
cool.
You just said that you are capable of proving axial tilt. How so, sir?
Evidence. So proof, first of all, I don't believe any of this is to do with
Evidence
proof.
isn't a word. Like, evidence isn't actual evidence, right?
Well,
you saying the word evidence isn't actual evidence.
no, I know.
So how can you terrestrially prove an axial tilt?
Right, okay. So the way that I can do it is quite simply say, if we were on a globe that's 6.4 million meter radius, if it was tilted at 23.4 degrees, if it was 93 million miles away from a very distant sun, and if it were rotating, that's a lot of ifs. I get you. I'm with you on that. If it was rotating once per day, then I can get a prediction for what anybody would see from anywhere at any time of the year. Now that gives me something to test. This is what we call a model. A model's entire existence purpose is you pile your assumptions into it, and they compound on top of each other and affect each other, and then you get a prediction out of it with an input variable, and then you measure that prediction against reality, and you keep doing that until you're fairly probabilistically sure that that's what we live on. Now, my question here is, this model I built uses no mathematics, no expressions. It's just, you know, a camera on a sphere that's rotating.
Stationary Earth and Sun.
Does it use
stationary Earth and Sun?
No.
Is that showing a moving Earth?
Yeah, it rotates.
Relative to sidereal time, the stars behind it, does that show a moving Earth like your model claims?
A moving Earth, it rotates, yes.
It rotates, sure, but does it move corkscrew pattern around the Milky Way like your model claims and show parallax of stars behind it?
No, because this predicts...
No,
wait a minute, you did it again. Wait a minute, you did it again. I hadn't finished my set. Oh, okay.
Ifs, ands, and buts that you can't actually demonstrate. You know, the single thing that I asked you is how you can demonstrate.
You're doing it again.
Are you just not accepting what I asked right from initially before you went on your
You
model?
didn't let me finish a sentence.
Prove an axial tilt.
You didn't let...
If, and if.
Yes.
None of those are
You didn't let me finish.
Presumable evidence. So ifs are all hypothesis, meaning there could be other explanations.
Indeed there could. Now let me finish a sentence, please.
So since we got it straight that
you interrupted me again. You interrupted me again. I'm being very courteous here. You keep interrupting me. Okay.
Because that model doesn't actually include sidereal time. It doesn't include any of the variables.
So are you just? Do you want me to explain it to you? Do you want me to explain it to you, or do you just want to? Or do you just want to preach? You came up here to preach, right? Not have a conversation.
I asked you specifically how you have proof of axial tilt like your cartoon shows. You have no evidence.
Okay. So the evidence, right? The assertion. Listen. The assertion is as follows. You need to let me finish a sentence.
I listened to the monologue. 5 different points. Not one of them was conceding a single piece of evidence, bro. Do you understand what scientific method is?
Right. Listen to me.
What is evidence? What is evidence? Tangible, first-hand evidence. Is it cartoon evidence? You're saying, well, because I have a model.
All right. Whoa. Stop. No. I know, because you're not. Okay, go for it. Go off on a monologue, then go for it.
Okay, so your model isn't actually accurate.
Mm-hmm.
It's demonstrating what you feel to be evidence without actually providing a single piece of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I originally asked you how you have proof of your axial tilt. You went on a hypothetical, well, if, but we can then predict. We can do that with the astronomical Prague clock going back to 1410. Still makes accurate predictions on a flat plane. It includes sidereal time. Does your model include sidereal time? You don't actually have a model, a working model. Got it. Okay, keep going.
Are you sure I'm allowed to keep going on my live, or do you want to keep going a little bit yourself?
I just wanted to correct you, bro, because I've heard a lot of.
I'm totally corrected now. Okay. So is it your assertion then that this is absolute bullshit and is not of any use whatsoever? Correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
From
Okay,
another
cool.
point that
So
I would like to
no,
bring up.
oh my god.
Before I came
Okay.
up, you mentioned zenith angles. What's a zenith angle?
The zenith is the normal direction of the surface at solar noon to the sun is what I was referring to.
So your zenith angle is your 90-degree directly above your zenith angle.
That's what I said. Normal direction to the surface.
Opposite to the surface. You have your plumb line.
That would be a normal. That would be a normal direction. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So we have now a 90-degree geometric reference directly above us. What is a 90-degree reference from?
What's a 90? Anything that I want.
So we have our zenith directly over top.
Yeah.
That's 90 degrees above from the what?
Horizontal.
Horizontal, the horizon.
Yeah.
We have a Euclidean geometric reference for establishing any angle of elevation to the stars. We assume a plane surface. Why do you show a curving surface if we can't actually prove a curving surface?
I don't know. Am I going to be allowed to talk and show you what this model is? You made an assertion that this is useless. My counter to that is you can't invalidate it with any observation looking at the sun for any day, including your day tomorrow. We could set this up using nothing but rotation and predict the path of the sun through your sky tomorrow by you just being on a rotating sphere. Do you think was nearly done? Do you think that would be accurate?
Are you claiming that because are you claiming because you have a model that predicts the time that it negates
not time
astrological
not time? It doesn't predict time.
Also do the exact same thing on a flat plane.
Doesn't predict time.
It does not. Are you saying the astronomical clock of Prague does not predict time?
No, I'm saying my model. My model. Time, no, right? I'm saying my model doesn't predict time. You need to let me talk. Yeah, you need to let me talk, dude.
Because you don't have sidereal time behind it.
I have a solar relationship and a solar day. That's it. And I can set this. Wait a minute. Yes. So on any. So here's the claim. If you let me get the claim out, then you can attack it, right? For any individual, it predicts more than what I'm about to say. But let's just go with the sun through the sky, right? For any individual at any place on any country on any landmass for any day, I can set up an observer on this sphere and rotate it, and it will match the reality that you see outside for the exact path of the sun. Sunrise, sunset, and everything in between. And all I'm doing is rotating it. Do you believe that's true or false?
Do I believe that you have a nonsense strawman model that takes multiple considerations and ignores them, like curvature, sidereal time, the position of the moon, the actual distance of the sun, and how you get an angle of elevation on a curving surface?
So let's
geometrically
impossible. So actually, it isn't. Wait a minute. Whoa! You just made a claim there. You made a claim that's in my field of expertise. If getting an angle, geometry is. If getting listen. Oh my God. Okay, go on.
Your explanation.
Carry on.
Please.
Okay, so
get my flash back on.
So geometrically, rasterization in any 3D graphics wouldn't happen if you cannot get the product to a light from a surface that is curving or not. That's just basics of geometry. Really sorry, and that is my field.
Geometry. You cannot square a circle or a sphere, right? Basics of geometry. Do you know who Anaxagoras is? He was an ancient philosopher who tried to square a circle like you're attempting to do. He realized it's impossible.
Wait a minute, can we get back to this? Can we get back to this? I asked you a question, you didn't answer me. Do you think this would predict your sun through the sky tomorrow, yes or no? It's just a yes or no. If it's no, that's fine.
Sure, it predicts number of issues that you cannot actually acknowledge.
Okay, no, I'll tell you what. I'm going to concede to every single point. I made all of this up. I don't believe in gravity or curvature. I made all of it up. It's all bullshit. I randomly created. Wait a minute. Please let me finish. 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 Please let me finish on my life. Please let me finish. So I'm not. Oh my God.
Therefore, any of this ball.
Yes, you're
is all
amazing.
pernicious, based on your fucking last.
You're you're just so fucking fantastic.
out.
You're brilliant.
Hear me out.
I tell
So
you.
we got eclipse, right? You have no explanation for Stenali, and you have no actual proof of your fucking imaginary tilt, right? No tilt, no explanation whatsoever why sidereal time can't be explained in your model. You don't actually have timing, right? All those things are considered in the Prague astronomical clock. So you're saying, well, I have a half model and you guys have a full model, and my half model trumps your model because of my cognitive bias.
You've got a full model, did you say?
Yeah, you want me to bring up the astronomical clock? We can talk about anything that's not represented in your phony model and how it is represented in that astronomical clock.
An astronomical clock is not a geometric model of a flat Earth that can give predictions of where the sun's nearly done, where the sun's. It can predict where the sun's going to be in my sky on a given day, given a location. How do you input the latitude and longitude out of interest?
Okay, so I'll correct myself. It has mean, solar, and lunar analemma. Mean.
Okay. Yeah. So does a globe. A globe.
What does mean mean?
It means it means the collection. It means the average point over the collection of the extents.
Okay, so on your model, does your sun come in and out?
But wait a minute. I want to get away from. I want to get away from this. What does this mean and definitions and stuff? Please just tell.
Because I'm just bringing up something about your model. Does
Okay.
the sun get closer and further by 3 million miles?
No.
So you also use mean solar time.
Because
but you actually can't show sidereal time, period. Because it won't fucking work out on 3D modeling.
I could actually put it in, but it made such a small difference. I could put it in really easy. I could actually put it in the next 10 minutes, but it makes such a small difference to any prediction. I didn't bother. I was being lazy.
Okay, so then on your model, you would show your sun moving through the Milky Way and the Earth going around the sun and showing parallax of Polaris on this imaginary tilt.
Right,
Can you demonstrate that?
Wait a minute. No. Do you want to listen to my claims? Do you want to? All you're doing is you're going through this script.
So many holes.
Do you want a conversation? Yes or no?
Sure. Okay.
Right. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Let's just stop 2 seconds. I've got this. I know this is scary for you. Prove that it isn't by listening to me. Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
Stingray claiming a penumbra and an umbra. So which one's right? Stingray or Eratosthenes? Parallel rays or penumbra and umbra? Because the two actually go against each other. You realize that, right?
No.
No? So how do you have a penumbra with parallel sun rays?
Because pedantically they're not parallel, the light source is different, and the angular size of the light. Nearly done! I was nearly fucking done!
Oh, thank you.
I was nearly done! Jesus Christ. Right, sorry. I'm muting you now. It's the first time I've ever done it. You didn't let me finish my fucking answer. 2 words into it, over speaking me. It's disrespectful and fucking cuntish. Stop it.
Cuntish. Okay. Cuntish. But we don't
right. Do you want me to finish? Oh, look. I've muted you again. Let me finish my fucking answer, my sentence. All I was saying, you asked me a question, then immediately jumped on me. And that's so disrespectful. I'm not doing it to you.
Okay, so what you need to
Let's start again.
I'm not attacking you.
I'm
attacking your
That's fine, but wait till I...
claims is that Eratosthenes proved a circumference with parallel rays, and NASA says eclipses only happen because they aren't parallel rays. So which one's fucking correct, bro?
Right. So oh my God. So an umbra. Oh my God! Please let me fucking answer. Right. So an umbra. No, I'm getting triggered not at the subject. Your disrespectful fucking nature. That's what I'm getting triggered at.
I'm attacking your.
No, you're not. It's got nothing to do with the proof or the conversation. It's to do with how disrespectful and ignorant you are. That's it. This topic has got fuck all to do with my anger right now.
Okay, so back to the original point.
No, let me answer. Let me answer.
Okay, let me just illustrate
oh my God.
Illustrate that fucking point. The point is, in an eclipse, a solar eclipse, we have a penumbra of 90-mile path of totality. And the moon is 2,200 miles wide, and the sun is 93 million miles away. Right? We got it all figured out. So, based on geometry, which you're a fucking master of, we would have parallel rays being cast over a 2,200 mile object, proving that it would be a 2,200 mile fucking shadow. It's so simple. It's so simple. So anyway, I would love to hear your explanation. Please.
Okay. Okay. So right now, this is a ray trace scene. It is casting parallel light. However, we're seeing that there's a soft shadow. Now, the soft shadow here is a very specific artifact of something. The closer the object is casting the shadow, the sharper it is, but the further away that shadow gets, the more it gets, we'll call it diffused. Now, there's a very specific reason for that. And that's to do with it nearly done. That's to do with the angular size of the casting object. The light source. Now, our sun in the sky is 0.526 degrees or something like that, if I remember correctly. That means that divergence, let's round it to half a degree, is going to start where the shadow starts on any object, and it's going to diverge out slightly. That dictates the fall off, not the fact of the distance to the sun. It's the angular size. Now, if I, on this model right here, change it to be a 1 degree sun, did you see that it got softer? If I change it to be a 0.02 degree sun, do you see how it gets sharper? I am not altering the distance to the sun or the parallel nature of the light, or near enough parallel. It's not exactly, but it's immeasurably, the difference is irrelevant. Now, I'm doing this, and that's the sun. That's the 0.5 degrees. It's the size of the light source. This is so fucking simple for children to understand. Really is.
For a child?
Yes.
For a child? Okay, so angular size from our apparent observations, 0.52 degrees for the sun and the moon. The moon appears to be 400 times smaller than the sun at the exact same size relative to our observational distance.
It's not actually the exact same size, no.
It's not actually. That's just you.
No, I meant angular size. Angular size. Angular size.
Angular size from our apparent position are the exact fucking same. And you're actually strawmanning your own model now by saying, well, actually the moon's a little bit smaller from our relative position.
The angular size of the moon. Yes, the two. So if you nearly done. The angular size of the moon. Oh my god. Okay.
Break, and then the moment that I fucking flat smacked you, you said I was nearly done. So is this a digital?
You know you're losing when you have to narrate. You know that, right?
Actually gets you to show and demonstrate in real life. Is digital?
Wait a minute, chat. I'm not going to mute him because the disrespectfulness of flat earthers is something that needs to be shown.
Okay.
So
is this actual evidence? Yes or no?
Is what? This is
representation of what I asked you to show.
It's both.
This is digital evidence. Period.
It's a digital representation.
Actually, yes. So if you go back to Garcia Tompkins 2019 court case, the judge ruled that digital evidence isn't in fact evidence in any kind of way, right?
I don't know.
That was from a federal judge. So are you going to say that this is actual evidence, or is this just a digital representation of how it can work?
Both.
Well, where's the physical evidence of your tilt, like I asked?
All right. Okay. Do you want to get back to that and let me finish this time?
For sure.
Okay, cool. So very specifically, and do let me finish with this explanation. You can tear it apart when I'm done. You absolutely can. You have that fucking freedom, but you have to let me finish.
Yep, let's hear it.
Right.
Specifically about this imaginary tilt.
Well, let's not make any assertions. Let's just wait for the other person to finish. So this a model is there for you to dump all your assertions in, your hypothesis, everything, and try and get a prediction out of it to see how much it matches reality, and that's whether we know it's probabilistically true or not based on how well that matches. We don't just do it once, we can do it like 50, 100, 1,000 times. And then we also have to come up with ways to falsify it. Now, with that in mind, there are only three things at play here. One is the axial tilt of the Earth. The other is the radius of the Earth, about 6.4 million meters, and then the distance to the Sun, about 93 million miles. They're the things in play with this geometric model. The input variable is quite simply a point on the surface and the fact that it rotates. That's it. That's the input variable. Now, if I change any of these significantly, let's say the radius of the Earth, the distance to the Sun, or the axial tilt, I can invalidate any predictions, which means I can falsify that it isn't slightly bigger and it isn't slightly smaller, because when I do that, it doesn't match. Now, if I don't tweak anything to try and falsify it with varying like the radius or the distance, it matches the predictions for everybody's path of the Sun through the sky on any given day. I would love for you and I to invalidate it right now with a prediction for you. How about that?
Well, invalidate it?
Yeah.
I can do that easily.
With a prediction.
Crepuscular rays, they prove that they're diverging, they're not parallel. We know that the hot spot or the
oh my God
spot under the, are you gonna hear me out?
Sorry, apologies. No? Go on. No, go for it.
No. So we know thermodynamics in high noon prove there's a local light source.
Mm-hmm.
We know that there's no measurable curvature. And we know that your cartoon explanation doesn't actually validate this imaginary tilt. So when I asked, what evidence do we have terrestrially? You show me a cartoon diagram that you yourself made that can't actually validate any of the presupposed beliefs. So you have an imaginary tilt there. How can you validate that imaginary tilt?
We measure it against reality and see if it predicts what we see in reality. How about that? Do you think it is going to predict reality or not? Can we invalidate this right now? So I've got.
It will not predict reality.
Okay, awesome. Give me your state. Give me your state. It doesn't have to be accurate.
Okay, again, going back to
your state.
Going back to crepuscular rays proving diverging.
It's crepuscular, but go on.
Eratosthenes.
Oh my God.
You also have you yourself talking about the penumbra, which is proving they're not.
So wait a minute. Can we? Do you want to give me your state? And we'll see if it matches your day.
And show a little bit of impulse control, sir. Okay.
Go for it.
Thermodynamics at high noon prove that the sun and the heat dispersed from the sun is more predominant on that hot spot as opposed to farther away from that hot spot. Which I would love to hear you explain with a slight tilt and the difference of 1,000 miles, how that can actually happen.
So basically, I've not heard an answer to my question. Can we invalidate this? You went off on telling me a story about, you're saying crepuscular wrong, by the way, but you're going off on a story about, sun rays and other shit. Can we, if I got your state right now, as in the state that you live in, and I set this to the axial tilt relationship to a 93 million mile away sun, will it predict the sun through your sky? Yes or no?
So I think you're missing the entire premise, right?
Okay.
Where do we have proof of tilt on our Earth?
Let's say nowhere, and let's say nowhere, and I'm guessing.
The correct answer would be, we know that there's a supposed
okay, I'm gonna guess where you are.
And the apparent orbit of the
where
ecliptic.
we are in
now consider the fact that sidereal doesn't take this supposed ecliptic orbit. It doesn't show any of our stars showing us analemma. It doesn't show any parallax of any of the stars, period, any of the fixed stars.
There we go. That's your sun, approximately, if you're in central United States. I would have just went along and did a prediction because you weren't going to give me it, so there you go.
Okay, so what we see here is a geometric reference above our flat plane Earth. We see convergence of thousands of miles of the sun. Do you know what convergence is?
Yes.
Okay, so the sun's geographical position of Earth. How far away is that?
Well, on this here right now, where it would be at zenith.
Yeah, right now. How far away is the observer from the sun, approximately?
In this model, 93 million miles.
No. Right now, there's a geographical position over Earth.
Oh, right. You're on about
at any
zenith.
given moment.
Yeah. You're on about zenith. So it's slightly.
So where is the geographical position of Earth relative to the observer?
Yeah. So the sun's zenith position
Okay, just
would
ballpark
be.
it. Let's say 3,500 miles. That's 3,500
yeah,
miles
ish.
of convergence rate you're completely ignoring, right?
All right. So what is this convergence rate that I'm completely ignoring?
What is convergence rate? Do things converge as they get further away from you?
I'm asking you to. I'm asking you to qualify it, not quantify it, not just tell me a story. What is convergence rate? Yeah. So give me a number.
Rate based on our hyperbolic vision. We
So-
know the convergence rate.
Okay, cool. Give me that rate. I'm guessing it's over distance, right? Something over distance. Give me that rate.
It is. You're right.
Yeah,
Hold on one sec. I'll pull it up for you.
Okay, cool. Do you want the full screen? Do you want the main screen, or are you just going to look at it? It's up to you. By the way, I just guessed your state, your central United States. So I just put a camera in the middle, and this would be what it looked like outside your day for tomorrow. If you were on a spinning space ball chasing a distant star at billions of miles an hour or millions of miles an hour, this is what it would look like outside. Funky. Weird thing is, this will be what it looks like outside for you without all that magic pleading special bullshit that you're going to come up with. Weird though, right? Have we got the rate?
Fucking weird.
Oh, wait a minute. Have you got the TikTok bug now where you can't hear me? Shit. Yeah, you probably have. Android. Okay, guys. So I don't think he can hear me. I'm guessing. Or he's got. He's not gone out of the app. So it's interesting that.
Fucking TikTok's glitching up. Sorry, one sec.
Yeah, I know. It does that.
Big box, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
It mutes me while I'm. We got the convergence rate. Fuck. Of course, convergence rate's right here, right next to my head. Hold on. How do I change this? Hold on.
I've got no idea. You all right? I'm guessing you're out of the app again.
Can you hear me?
I can, but I don't think you can hear me.
Well, I'm just scrolling through photos for a sec. Hold on.
Okay.
I had it pulled out, and I just switched to a different green screen.
No, that's fine. That is fine. We shall wait. I still want. Well, I'll wait till you can hear me, because I still want to be able to invalidate the globe with an accurate sort of like input of where's your location, and let's see if it matches the sun. And then we'll do it on a flat Earth or a flat plane, and see how well that works out.
Fuck, this still didn't fucking work out. Sorry, the green screen's glitching out.
That's all right. You're not talking just about perspective, right? That's not convergence, right?
Convergence of perspective. Everything converges into the vanishing point over the horizon. Even in modern astronomy, we have the convergent method.
Oh, right. So you are just talking about perspective, right?
Convergent cluster method, right? Even in astronomy, they know that the stars and the celestial objects converge into the horizon from our apparent perspective, right?
All right. So right. Okay. So we are just talking about perspective, right? Like collinear points, view transformation, perspective. Yeah. Okay. Oh no. Then if you're just talking about perspective, I don't need you to show me what you're on about, because this program right here uses nothing but perspective. It can't do anything else.
Convergence rate?
The convergence rate here can be quite simply defined as double the distance, half the size, which is what we see in reality.
That's okay.
So if you're
distance?
Yep.
What's the distance?
Of
there's different things that happen. It's not just twice the distance, half the size.
Oh,
right?
Well, that's perspective.
Converge, do they diminish towards the horizon? Do they lower towards the horizon with convergence?
If your vanishing point, you're looking perpendicular above, if you're looking parallel to the surface and they're moving along that line away from you, then yes, they'll converge to your eye line, but never below.
Okay, so when you're showing the sun being X amount of distance away, and it appearing like it's dropping, is that dropping because it's actually dropping, or is it because of the convergence rate being 3,000 miles away plus?
Oh, right. Well, this one is because you're on a rotating sphere and that sun's static and you're just on the sphere. This thing that I've got on screen. But if you want the flat Earth one, yeah, so that sun isn't moving. It's you being on a sphere that's rotating that's moving. On this example, on this model. Where on this is not a moving sun. This is you being on a rotating sphere. I have a flat Earth one.
Static moon?
Yeah.
Sun?
I have a flat Earth.
Sun?
Yeah, I have a flat Earth one. Give me 2 seconds.
No, I asked you on your model. Is your model a static sun?
Oh yeah. A single. Yeah, this represents a single day. So
that actually doesn't represent your model though, because you don't have a stationary or a static sun.
Motion is relative, and this only deals with the motion between the sun and the Earth. So in relation to a single day, it is static. Yes.
Motion is relative?
Yes. In order to measure motion, i.e. velocity, i.e. time over distance, you need a relative point to measure from to get the other two factors to be able to actually determine velocity. So yes, the sun, in the motion between the sun and the Earth, they are equidistant. They stay equidistant throughout all of this transition. The only thing that changes is the rotation of this sphere and you being on it, and this is what it predicts.
We have a stationary heliocentric model apparently to Stingray. Apparently, that's fine.
Yeah. So wait a minute.
So your demographic, you said mid United States. Let's say.
All right. Okay.
30 degrees. Let's say that's 30 degrees north, and let's say.
Wait, it was 36. I put you.
The position of the sun is that it's. Let's just say that it's directly over the equator, right?
Okay.
Close enough.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so then we have now a 30-degree reference to the sun. 1 degree equals 69 miles. What's 30 times 69?
Yeah, that's correct. But you know that one
like 207 what?
So that 1 degree over 69
miles. 2,000 miles plus of convergence rate?
Yeah. That 1 degree over 69 miles.
That the sun would drop to the horizon over that 2,000 miles?
Are we on about a flat Earth here now? Do you want me to pull up a flat Earth?
We're just talking about our actual observations.
Oh, let's see.
Your model doesn't prove anything, bro. I just want to reiterate. Your model doesn't prove a single thing.
I will concede the point that my mod. Wait, please let me finish this. Don't just jump in, saying I got you, I win. My model does not prove anything in my epistemology. It absolutely doesn't. It is only compelling probabilistic evidence that we live on a sphere because it predicts reality every single time and it doesn't fail for the path of the sun through the sky. Time of day and whatever day of year we're in, it just matches. That's it. So even though I don't I don't. It matches like I've got Terminator lines in there for astronomical, nautical, and civilian twilights that match. I've got orientation of moon, which I haven't enabled yet. I've got real life observations of video matched up with their relative positions on a rotating sphere that match perfectly. I've got loads of things that are actually incredibly useful to measure it against. Now, the one thing I haven't got yet, though, is anything to work on this flat Earth model. Would you be generous enough to help me?
Well, every single thing that you chose to leave out of your model is represented in Walter Bislin's model. It's also represented in the astronomical clock, which is in fact a direct representation of the orbit of our luminaries above from our stationary point, which is where? Directly under, or it's aligned with Prague, right? That Prague astronomical clock has every single thing that you're asking for.
Sorry. What?
It has been going.
Sorry.
Has been going accurately.
Yeah. Just 2 seconds. Sorry, you said
years before the globe.
Did you say Walter Bislin's model? What's Walter Bislin's model? Out of interest.
Walter Bislin has a flat Earth model.
And does it work?
It works, yeah.
Well, it works perfectly, and that's a working flat Earth model, right?
It works better than yours. We don't have to beg the question about
well, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Because I know Walter. I've spoken to Walter many times. Here is an alternate. Here is an interactive flat Earth model that can explain sunrise and sunset, moonrise and moonset, moon phases, and moon's apparent rotation, sun's position. It does all these things. It doesn't actually explain the size not changing. But did you ever read the important note? I know that flat earthers misrepresent and misuse this model as proof of flat Earth by lying about it and keeping keeping secret the following.
So wait.
This flat Earth dome model can make correct predictions because this flat Earth dome model, wait a minute, please let me finish, is entirely based off the heliocentric model and Newton's laws of gravitation and motion. It starts off with a sphere. And do you know how you can prove this to yourself? Is if you actually progress a day, somehow the sun just suddenly stops. That orange line there suddenly stops. The reason why is it went behind the curve of the fucking Earth in Walter's own bastard words. Please stop using this.
You're a fucking straw man. Okay, go back to the fucking diagram of his.
Wait a minute. So the result of these calculations is using the heliocentric model. All we're doing is we're using the heliocentric model here. Is this what you want to do? Really?
Okay. So what you're doing?
In reality, this is never observed. The model fails already for observations at altitude and has many other flaws. Shall we go into them? Distances. The biggest problem, we're nearly done. The biggest problem at distances on flat Earth. Only distances. I'm going through your God Walter Bislin's model and showing how he says it doesn't work.
Don't put words in my mouth.
So celestial sun, moon phases doesn't work. Day and night terminator doesn't work.
Oh my God.
Missing the third dimension. These are all the things that Walter's saying don't work that he just made up with clever mathematics. Hold on. Do we want to go all of these? This list is massive. This list is huge. Do you want to go back on? Do you want to do it?
Are you done?
I mean, it took us hours to get through this. So.
Parameters and variables that I brought up with your piece of shit model, you said, well, I don't need to consider that, right?
No, I didn't.
One. Now, what I did bring up is how Walter has created a functioning flat Earth fucking model with all of our observations. And what he did after making that model is come out with a double down. Do you know what a double down is? Well, this all works, but I don't believe it. So you just clutched off of Walter Bislin's fucking double down. You yourself can't concede that your own model doesn't have any of the shit that his model has.
So should we go back to that first sentence? We'll go back to that first sentence. Sorry, you must have missed the first sentence. Let me go back to it for you. The first sentence was, this is created from the heliocentric model. Maybe you missed that, but let's just go back and have a look.
Let's go back with history.
So wait a minute. No. Let's just deal. Let's not gish gallop. The flat Earth model is entirely based on the. Wait a minute. He is entirely based on the heliocentric model and Newton's laws of gravitation and motion for all calculations. This is an incredibly mathematical model that you're subscribing to here, which starts off with the Earth is a sphere, and this is how we observe it. Are you sure you want to go with that?
Right?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Do you believe
the
in
source
Newton's law
code's
of
here?
gravity?
The source code's here,
Do
you
believe
know.
in Newton's law of gravity?
Well, this is what your
Newton's
model's
law of
based
gravity
off.
Your most correct law of gravity.
Wait a minute, you've just said
No, it's
your
not.
model, you subscribe to this model, and it says it uses Newton's laws of gravitation and motion as a starting point.
So this is actually you going back to what he claims, and he claims because he believes in
Your
Newton's
source,
law
yes,
of
yeah,
gravity,
yep.
that therefore it has to be correct. Now, is that an outdated law of gravity?
No, Newton's law of gravitation works perfectly.
Einstein has outdated Newton's law of gravity. You should figure out your model.
No. When I do deflection tests on RSJs over a span of 8 meters with load bearing of about 30 tons, non-equally distributed, I get deflection rates based on Newton's law of gravitation and the gravitational constant. Really sorry, it works.
The gravitational constant. We have a gravitational constant
here on the surface. We do, and I use it, and you use it to calculate RSJ deflection. But anyway, I want to get back to this. And is this your? Wait a minute. Is this? Are you saying this is your model? I'm really interested to find a flat Earth model or not, because this seems to indicate.
I don't actually stick with any single model.
Oh, so all right, you brought this up by mistake then. You brought this up by mistake. Okay, got you.
Model, right? The only thing that you won't actually stick to is the fact that he doubled down and said, "Well, this all works out, but I don't believe it."
No, he didn't say that. He said this flat Earth dome model is entirely based off the heliocentric model and Newton's laws of gravitation and motion nearly done. Wait a minute. Yeah, for all motion and all calculations. That's it. So the model that you're subscribing to uses a globe, a heliocentric model, and gravity and motion as explained in the heliocentric model, and I find that weird.
Let's expand that a little bit. You've said 5 separate times that this model uses the globe in the heliocentric model.
Does indeed, yes.
Where does the heliocentric model derive from, brother?
Where does the heliocentric model?
Earth map.
Oh, awesome.
Are you actually saying now the chicken came first? Because
whoa! I reject your first premise that it came from a flat Earth map. The heliocentric model came from a flat Earth map.
Model created historically, and how was it created?
The globe model is demonstrable and observable today. It doesn't matter where it was created or not.
You haven't been able to provide a single piece of evidence in this hour long that I've been talking to you.
You've not accepted anything that I've said. You've refused to invalidate what I showed you. You said it would be easy, yet you failed to do it. How weird is that?
Okay. So you said.
I'll tell you what. Let's do this then. Let's do this. Invalidate this fucker for me now, because I want to be the most famous flat earther ever, and I will share the fame with you. Let's do a prediction of the sun through your sky. You fucking tell me that it's not true. And we've invalidated it. And I get to change statistics that, the usefulness of the globe goes from 100% to fucking 99 if you can get one of these predictions to be invalid. Let's use your location, your state.
Let's validate that entire model with angles of elevation, something you know all about, Mr. Geometry, right? Angles of elevation, simple angles of elevation. What do we know about a 45-degree angle of elevation?
Can we validate this? Yes or no? It should be really fucking easy. Awesome. Right. Yes. So give me a location. Give me a location. Give me a location. Let's invalidate it now.
45th degree parallel.
You want to go to 40? Yeah. You want to go to 45? Got you. Right. We're here. We're at 45. 45. Yeah.
Impulse control.
45. Got you. 45.
Validation of your entire model.
Yeah. I'm at 45.
Actually, fucking hear me out. So what is the 45th parallel?
North 45 latitude. I'm here. I'm waiting for you. Go for it.
Okay. So explain to me where the 45th degree parallel is.
Right now, it looking like it passes through the center of Great Lakes, but I'm in this
45th degree parallel.
Yes,
right
near the Great Lakes
45 degrees from the equator, 45 degrees from Polaris, correct?
Yes, that's where I am. The Great Lakes at the moment. Yeah, so here we are.
We know to measure any angle of elevation, we must assume a Euclidean geometric reference. That is a right angle triangle, and that's assuming a plane surface. From the 45th degree angle, we have a 45 degree angle to Polaris and to the sun at vernal equinox. right? Where are you going? Go back to your model.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, so we have a 45-degree angle. We know in Euclidean geometry, a 45-degree angle, a 45-degree right angle means rise equals run. From the 45th degree parallel, we have an estimated distance of 3,100 miles to Polaris or the true north. And we have a 3,100-mile distance to the equator at the sun on high noon or vernal equinox. Now we have a 90-degree stretch, assuming a flat plane surface that cannot work on a curving surface, period, bro.
Okay. So are we saying we can invalidate this without words and definitions by visuals or not?
Angles of elevation, because you cannot obtain an angle of elevation
You
on
don't,
a curving surface.
you don't intend to, wait a minute, let me just ask this. And if you say no, fine, I'll stop pushing the point. If I ask you for a location of where you are or where someone is or your rough approximate state, and we move this to get a prediction based on tomorrow's day of what the sun will do.
We don't need to
predict. Wait a minute, was nearly done. Oh, so close to being done.
So you're actually just
you're trying to falsify it with words. You're trying to falsify it with words. I'm saying, are you scared? Are you scared of what it? Are you scared of? Wait a minute. You're not going to give me a location to test it, are you? Because you're scared. Is that correct?
I told you specifically from the 45th degree parallel, we have a 45-degree angle to Polaris and 45-degree angle to fucking equator or the sun on vernal equinox. Did I not say that? Is that my position?
Okay.
So do not fucking put words in.
Tell you what. For every.
With the fucking point that I'm.
Whoa! Calm down.
Calm down. Actually.
Calm down.
No. Let's back it up. Internal angles.
Let's do this.
Triangle. How many are there? Internal angles of a triangle. How many are there?
I'm not here to talk bullshit anymore. We're gonna test. Wait a minute. We're gonna. Well, I asked you to do it. I asked you to do it. So what we're gonna do now is at 45-degree latitude, nearly done. At 45 degrees on. Here we go. So this is a flat Earth prediction, ladies and gentlemen, of being on a flat plane. 45 degrees, nearly done. 45 degrees. There you go. This is what someone would see on a flat Earth.
No, you're getting fucking dusted right now. You can't answer a fucking intellectually honest question. How many interior angles of a triangle, Glober?
45 degrees elevation. This is what we're on about.
Again, on
and then 45 degrees on a rotating globe with an axial tilt.
So
the prediction is.
What does that equal, Glober?
You don't
45 and 45 and 90. What does that equal, Glober?
You don't have to have 45, and 90. You didn't say right angle, but anyway,
it's a right angle.
I know that is, but that's not what you said. So, and then this is a prediction of a 45-degree latitude axial tilt globe around the month that we're in right now. One of these will match reality using geometry. Okay, that's it. Now, one of them is so far from reality, it's not even funny.
Needs to have no more than 180
This is just really weird, right?
Less than 180 degrees, and you have a right angle triangle on a fucking curving surface, supposedly. So if this triangle is curving, you're going to have more than 180 degrees. If you're setting an angle of elevation from the 45th degree to the 90, you're going to have more than 180 degree internal.
So I think we've got a problem here. Because you're just going off a script now.
You can't actually fucking comprehend geometry, bro.
Yeah.
Are you geometrically illiterate?
Oh, must be. Totally.
So I asked you 10 different times, how many interior angles of a triangle? Simple question, simple answer, 180. No more than, no less than. That's the accumulation of the angles. There are actually 3. Okay, so when you consider the curve of the Earth,
but anyway,
it would be more than 180 degrees, which is impossible geometrically falsifying your model. It's that fucking simple.
Okay.
Flat smack.
Okay, I'm totally flat smacked, and I'm on board now with considering the flat Earth. Can I ask you a question about it? How's that?
Let's go.
Cool. Awesome. Right. Okay. So, can we agree that the Tropic of Capricorn exists? Right. We can both agree to that.
It's outdated. 2,000 years old. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, even today, if you stood on this red dotted line on a flat surface, doesn't matter.
It's Gemini and Sagittarius now. It should be based on the positioning of the moon on the of the stars on vernal equinox. It's
No. Sorry, you misunderstood me. Capricorn being the demarcation line on the ground when the sun is in the winter solstice.
I understand what you're saying. I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, so let me ask it. Let me ask another way. 21st. Okay, go on.
And the Tropic of Capricorn were established during Roman times because of the procession in the stars and where they aligned on the vernal equinox. It should actually be the Tropic of Gemini and Sagittarius.
Okay.
It's outdated.
Okay. Yeah. The names. Yeah. The names. I'll just call it the furthest outy red dotty line. Now, on the furthest outy red dotty line on the 21st of December, the sun at solar noon is going to be above that line. We are agreed to this, correct?
Yep.
Awesome. Now, we don't need to know that Australia actually exists in this example. We just need to know that there are places in Australia that we can go to. Now, in Australia, there's a place called Brisbane. And I didn't choose Australia. I could have done this in anywhere else. I just chose Australia for the hell of it. Now, in Brisbane, what we've got here is we've got a lovely marker in the ground, this red one for Brisbane, and then the sun comes past. Now, a very interesting thing here is in Brisbane on the 21st, they have 13 and a half hours of direct sunlight. That's horizon to horizon sunlight, right? You can verify that on time and day, or you could go there, or it'd be up to you how you verify that. Brisbane.
12 and a half hours direct sunlight?
30
direct and indirect.
Yeah, well, not including twilight. Not including twilight.
Okay, so it's not including twilight, which isn't direct sunlight, right?
Yeah. So horizon to horizon.
Hold on. I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
You just stated direct sunlight when I corrected you on the difference between direct and indirect sunlight. So go ahead, keep going. I'd love to hear the rest of this.
Yeah. So
make sure you can
horizon
compared to indirect sunlight, please.
Yeah. So this is all direct sunlight. I don't include twilights, nautical, civilian, or astronomical at all.
You said 13 and a half when I know for a fact it's only 12 and a half in Brisbane. Keep going though.
Oh, is there? Wait a minute. Timeanddate.com. This is weird. Timeanddate.com. Wait a minute. Let me just pull this up. Oh, I could have got this wrong. This would be good. Brisbane in Queensland, Australia. Sunrise, sunset. Okay. Graph. And then and then here's the date. So if we go back to December, I don't like the way it keeps refreshing this, but wait a minute, December. This would be weird if I made such a monumental error. And then we go to the 21st. The 21st. So wait a minute. So on the 21st. No. Wait a minute. And no, this is wait a minute. And if we go up here, daylight.
So is that including astronomical twilight?
Wait a minute. So
total daylight.
No, you might be right. Give me a sec. Yeah, no, 12 hours. No, you are correct. You are. Wait a minute. Oh no, that's 16th of March. Wait a minute.
Go down. It's including
day length. Daylight. No, 13. No, it's actually more. It's actually more.
Right.
Yeah. It's 13 hours. Well, it's actually 14 hours, but I rounded it down to 13 and a half because it was an easier calculation to do. So yeah, day length is defined as sunrise to sunset.
Direct.
Yeah.
Has to be direct.
Yeah. And then if we wanted to add astronomical twilight to it and nautical twilight, which I actually don't think people do. They add civilian twilight to it to be indirect. Yeah. But 30, it's actually more than what I quote. So you are correct. It's actually longer. So apologies there. So yeah. So, okay. But I'm still going to round it. I'm going to round it down though and say 13 and a half hours of direct sunlight. Horizon to horizon sunlight.
Okay. And then can I bring up a point?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I bring up a point on this?
Yeah, yeah, go
So
for it.
Brisbane, what's the latitude? 30 or 40?
Oh God, wait a minute. Let me go back. Where's the fucking browser that I just had open? Brisbane is where's the lat long? I don't know. Oh, you can look it up on a map. Brisbane's quite a it's just on the east coast.
Say is, let's compare the north to the south in the exact same. The winter to the south, the summer solstice.
Oh, right? No, I do that in a second, if you let me finish. No, I mean, I do that in a second. Yeah, I do that in a second.
Yeah, let's do that, because I want
I do that in a second.
On a near symmetrical ball where there's disproportional hours.
Oh, no, this is a flat earth. Sorry, flat earth. Sorry. I've thrown out the ball for the time being. So, what I have here is I have this sun, and it's coming round, and I mean, we could even call it 13 hours. I don't give a shit. But
you don't want to actually talk
13
about
and a half. No, I'm gonna go to the north. I'm gonna go to the north in a second. So hear me out with this problem. This is a flat Earth question that I've got. I'm trying to be a flat earther now. This is a flat Earth question that I've got. So Brisbane can see the sun for 13 and a half hours, which is weird because we start having a few issues with this. One of the issues is that if the sun is objectively above the Tropic of Capricorn, and we put these little rings round here to show where the sun's going to be, that means if the sun's going round in 24 hours on a flat surface, that means we can see more than half of a circle of the sun, right? That would be true, correct?
We would be closer to the sun.
No, but I mean, if the path in the sky would be more than half of a circle, correct? If we can see it for more than 12 hours.
Is the closer tropic closer to the red observer?
Yeah, this yellow thing is just mirroring that red dotted line on the floor.
We're closer to the tropic, and we know that because the way that light spreads out in inverse square law, the closer you are to the object, the more light spread is going to reach that object.
Okay. So when
does that answer your question? Or are you now a full-fledged flurf?
Not yet. Nearly, you nearly got me. So wait a minute. Yeah, I'll get. Let me get back. Let me. Oh my God. Let me.
Direct and indirect sunlight, right?
And the reason.
What does the exact same location north of the equator have?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is the example. Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
So if you're going to bring up a point about the south, let's consider the exact same point in the north.
Please let me finish.
Intellectually honest.
I haven't finished asking my question yet. Can I finish asking my question? Thank you. So
I hope you leave off with the north question that I had. For sure.
I will in a second. Once I get my question out, I'll answer yours absolutely. But there's three locations that we've got to discuss here. So this is for me to get on board with the flat Earth. So I have got a clarification though, just to make sure I understand this flat Earth thing before I ask the question. If the sun's going round and it goes over the other side of the flatness in a 1 day cycle on the 21st, what is convergence the reason that I can't see, or perspective convergence the reason why I can't see it now in Brisbane, and Brisbane's dark? Yes.
Well, you have convergence, and you also have inverse square law. You have refraction. You have atmospheric distortion. You have atmospheric lensing.
Yep.
There's a multiple different things that you're not really considering on that computer graphic image.
That's fine. That's fine. I concede to all of those. I'm not doing them. So here,
include a lot of those things, right?
He actually doesn't. Two of them he does. The rest that you mentioned, no.
In fact, includes his field of vision, which you're not including, and apparent observations as opposed to true locations, right? Are you showing your apparent observations from your single spot?
So I'm showing an overview at the moment. Please let me get my question out, please. Oh my God.
Field of view. Why won't you?
Can I get my question out, please?
Brisbane is 27 degrees south.
Okay, brilliant. So now, Brisbane, 13 and a half hours. If I go further away towards the Arctic regions, does the day on a flat Earth get longer or shorter?
Well, it does. It does. That's what it's.
No.
27 degrees.
No. That was a question.
Equinox.
That was a question.
We're going to figure out the disparity and why there's a disparity period on a near symmetrical ball.
No, I'm asking. This is a flat Earth question.
Why is it specific to flat Earth when the globe
Because
is
I've thrown the globe
predominantly-
out for the moment. Please just hear me out. This is a question about the flat Earth. Yeah. So if I get further away from Brisbane going south, which is further away from the Tropic of Capricorn, is my day going to get longer or shorter on a flat Earth due to perspective convergence, parallax, smushing, refraction, atmospheric lensing? Is it going to get longer or shorter?
The length of the day is determined by the tropics and where the position of the sun is relative to the observer.
Okay, so if I go further south from Brisbane, does the day get longer? Does the day get longer or shorter? Longer or shorter?
The closer you are to the light source, the more light you're going to receive from it.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yep, got ya. Okay, so now I can infer that the further I get away from the light source, less light, less daytime, correct?
That's inverse square law, sure.
Cool. Why
less
does
luminosity?
Yeah. Cool. So why in Tasmania, the blue arrow, on that very same day, is the day length 15 hours?
Indirect. It's 12 and a half direct.
Oh, is it? Shall we go have a look at that, shall we? Just to confirm. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so let's go to time and date. Here we go. And let's go to, just again, we had 30, I rounded this down. It's 13 hours, 52 minutes, but let's just say 13 and a half. And then let's go to Hobart in Tasmania, Australia on, let's go to December the 21st. So same day, Hobart, Australia, 21st of December. Here we go, 21st. So 15 hours and 21 minutes. There's a bit of a disparity here. So quite literally, I got further away from the path of the sun and the day length increased. Would you say that's a bit weird, or is that what you would expect on a beautiful flat, water always finds its level, stationary flat Earth?
Again, I think you're mixing up where the direct and the indirect.
I'm reading day length on both. Why is day length increasing the further south I get away from the Tropic of Capricorn, Brisbane being hellishly closer than Hobart, yet Hobart having more daylight on a beautiful, flat, non-rotating water always finds its level flat Earth? Why would that be?
Why would it all could be due to apparent effects? It could be
apparent effects. Got you. No, it could be apparent effects. What else? I'm going to write that down because I'm going to have to look into this.
Interrupt me. Your entire model is based on apparent effects.
No, go for it. Apparent effects. What else? What else?
Apparent effects, like when I look at the sun, it's apparently 8.5 minutes behind, and it's not actually in the position that I'm looking at.
Got you. The time disparity. Yeah.
It could very well be apparent effects since the majority of the model claims apparent effects as opposed to.
So you're not going to address this now? You're not going to address this. Would it surprise you to know that Finland over here on that very same day on the 21st gets 4 hours and 20 minutes of daytime, as in horizon to horizon sun?
Based on inverse square law, knowing that the sun is so much further away, we could just say, yeah, that makes logical fucking sense, Glover.
Weird that Finland is predominantly close. Wait a minute, nearly done. Finland's closer than Hobart for most of the time. Weird though, right?
Finland with the sun on the tropic. How fucking far away?
Wait a minute, you're breaking up badly.
The closest point on the Tropic of Cancer, how far away is it?
On the closest point of the Tropic of Cancer. Oh, let's have a look. I'm going to hazard a guess about 7,000. Oh no, closest point. Wait a minute, closest point will be here. I'm going to hazard a guess. In between 6,000 and 7,000 miles ish. I don't know. I'm guessing because this map is not very good, but I'm guessing 7,000 ish.
Why are we getting less sun when the sun is further away from Finland?
But wait a minute.
Considering inverse square law.
Okay. So do you want to know? Do you want to know an amazing thing?
Sure.
Do you know here at 15, 16,000 miles away, Hobart can still see this fucking sun, even though Finland's closer. Do you not find that a little bit contradictory to logic reason?
Logic reason says that there's no measurable curvature and that any explanation.
Good deflection. No, that's fine. I just want to see if you got an answer for this. The obvious thing is no. Would you like to see an answer to this out of interest?
I'd love to see your answer.
Awesome. I fucking was hoping you'd say yes. Okay. So, all we have to do now is load up a magic fucking space ball that's immensely huge and hurtling through space chasing a distant fucking star. We have to set the axial tilt relationship
Wait.
really difficultly to be December. Wait for it. December.
No.
We'll do this. Oh, wait, no, I'll do this. Okay. So December, there we go. So December. So here we go. We'll go back to it. Don't worry. So here we go. So in December. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. So what we'll do now is we'll put these lines, nearly done. We'll put these lines. You want to see an explanation for it. I'm going to show you one. You can criticize it as much as you want. So here we go. Wait a minute. Nearly done. I know it was nearly done. I know it's triggering. Calm down. So anyway, so we've got Finland on the bottom, which is the green one. We've got Hobart, which is the blue one here. And we've got Brisbane, which is the red one, set to about the 21st. With a rotating space ball of 23.4 whatever degrees. Let's see what happens. Hobart enters sunlight first, followed by Brisbane. And then based on the axial tilt of the Earth and the latitudinal difference on a very different star, look at this. We have Brisbane, nearly done, was nearly done. Brisbane enters, nearly done. Brisbane enters nighttime first, nearly done. Nearly done. Brisbane enters nighttime first, then Hobart. While simultaneously on this very same day, if we look at the green arrow here, Finland, this little town that I can't pronounce in Finland, only having 4 hours. And all I did was put those markers on a ball and fucking rotate it. I do not need smushing, inverse square law, any of that bullshit. I don't need any of that. I just put it on a ball and rotate it. How fucking simplistic is this? I'm afraid at the moment I'm losing faith in this flat map.
Okay, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So in your explanation that you chose to deflect on why we have disparity between the exact same latitude, north and south, you completely deflected. Then you went back to your cartoon and you went on a tangent for fucking 5 minutes on how this can't work on a flat earth. The bottom fucking line is, in order for your ball to work, you need to prove drop.
Wait a minute, you're breaking up a lot, by the way. I'm not trying to talk over you. You're breaking up.
On the summer solstice, exact latitude, why do we have disproportional hours on a near symmetrical ball? Something that I asked you that you completely deflected about.
All right, so what's your question? So summer solstice, so if we go, I'll set it up on this globe. I don't know. We'll just try it, shall we? Let's try this shit, because if we can invalidate this would be awesome.
Silly globe, though.
Oh, because
are you showing a penumbra?
Wait a minute. Did you want? You wanted me to do this on flat Earth? Did you? Sorry, I thought you meant on a globe. Okay, so wait a minute.
Something about your.
Go back. Make your mind up. Make your mind up.
That info that you just had up.
Info.
Showing the diminution of Earth's shadow from parallel sun rays.
This
on
info.
The fucking model.
This info.
What is that showing you? The convergence of the sun to your zenith point?
So wait a minute. So
your imaginary stick that you can't prove and curve that you can't prove?
So
not showing side real time, not showing actual true timing of any of the zodiac, any of the. Where's the moon analemma in any of this?
So
do you consider the different?
Did you not? Did you just wait a minute? Did you? I haven't done the moon analemma, but I will do actually. I've done the sun analemma predictable on a globe from any location, which is pretty cool. At any time of day, which is pretty fucking cool for anywhere on a globe, which is pretty fucking cool. I'll show it in a sec if you want. It's really cool. I'm proud of it. But you've got no explanation for. Wait a minute. You've got no explanation for. wait a minute, nearly done. You've got no explanation for how this works then, no? Or why the disparity would be here between these two locations and
Well, again,
day.
I tried without you interrupting. We're talking direct as opposed to indirect light, and we know that with a dome consideration that we would get indirect light from the reflection off the dome.
Oh, right. Okay, that's what's missing. Got you.
That's why you're getting fucking disproportional direct versus indirect sunlight on the winter and the summer solstice at the exact same apparent location north and south of the equator.
So
that shit would work out on an
got you.
Symmetrical daylight during those times. If it's a 23.4 degree uniform tilt, they would have symmetrical time at the exact same latitude.
Mate, listen. Wait a minute. I'm going to agree with you. If I took away the axial tilt, it absolutely fucking would. But if I leave it in, it kind of doesn't and matches reality. Sorry. But anyway, regardless of that, so we've got no. You're saying the dome now is responsible. It wasn't all the other things that you mentioned. What was it? Convergence, perspective, smushing, inverse square law. Right, okay. So it's a dome thing. But you did see how all I had to do was place them on a globe and rotate it, and mine just worked, right? That was weird, right? It has to be weird. Coincidental, I know, because this thing's made up bullshit, but it was really weird. It just worked. Okay, just checking.
So when you consider apparent observations in your field of view and the orbit of the sun, it works just the same. So in order for you to get your ball Earth map to work, you need to actually completely disregard your field of view. You need to completely disregard geometric coordinate and reference system. You need to completely disregard the latitude and longitudes of Earth.
Okay.
Period.
Yeah, I have to do all of that just to make my thing. Oh, I could just use them all and stick 2 fucking pins on a ball and rotate in the work.
Why are you not going to 27 degrees north to show the disparity?
On a globe, that's what you wanted. Globe.
Let's go, Glober.
Globe, 27 degrees. Okay, so 27 degrees. Let's do this. So it's going to be in Africa. So 20. Wait a minute. So here we go. 20.
Your model. Let's start it off with suncalculator.com.
Okay.
You bring up Brisbane. I'll bring up Egypt. Egypt's 27 degrees north. We can do that.
Yeah. That's fine. Wait a minute. Egypt. On what date are you searching?
We're going to go summer solstice compared to winter solstice and show why there's disparity.
Oh, Cairo. Wait a minute. Cairo. No. Cairo. There we go. Couldn't spell Cairo.
Actually, on 27. I had to manually set latitude.
Oh, I don't know how you do that in time and date. Fuck. Oh, well. What is it? What date is summer solstice? June 21st. That's fucking. I hate this going there. So June 21st. Here we go. May. June. There we go. We're in June and the 21st in Cairo. So 21st. Here we go. Yep. So I've got June 21st up.
Okay. So we have the exact same latitude. And we have disproportionate daylight time of what? 40 minutes? Same latitude. How does that happen on a symmetrical ball?
Because we've got an axial tilt.
Because we have a uniform 23.4 degree axial tilt, implying the exact same observations north of the equator we would observe south of the equator.
I'm sorry, that's not my model. My model dictates geometrically that it nearly done, was nearly done. My model does have a 23.48 degree axial tilt and latitude nearly uniform. It's a single fucking vector. How can it be anything but? Now, I rotated the bottom half of the sphere differently. Anyway, no, I'm not going to take the piss. Fuck it. So anyway, latitudinally, the amount of the chord length on the upper part of the sphere that is in daylight is different to the chord length of the lower latitude because of the axial tilt. It would be equilateral if there was no axial tilt. This is basic fucking geometry. I'm really sorry you don't understand it. You're trying to criticize something that isn't my model. But shall we compare the observations in Cairo as predicted by a rotating magic space ball?
Okay, yeah. completely ignored a 40-minute disparity in daylight at the exact same latitude because of a uniform tilt, north and south. It's uniform, bro.
Oh my God! I'll tell you what.
change.
Okay. For everybody in the audience that isn't understanding this point, and obviously for wait a minute, and obviously nearly done, and obviously for this dipshit as well. Let's do this. Let's demonstrate the point, shall we? So here I have a circle. I will make it into a parallel on the surface of the Earth, approximately of where Egypt is. Let's align this to... So here we go. Let's align this to 23 and odd degrees. Yeah, that'll do. So we do that, and then we say transform align to transform orientation. Right, so now, this is an equatorial line. Awesome. So this is the radial, and guess what? Here, 50% of this fucking circle is in daylight and 50% is in darkness. Awesome! We're there, we've got this. This is fucking cool. We can do this. Now let's go to Egypt. Okay, so Egypt is about on that latitude. Great, let's go to Brisbane. Okay, so Brisbane is down at this latitude. Can anybody guess what's going to fucking happen in a minute? These rings occupy very different fucking areas of the globe, and that axial tilt means that one of them gets more daylight. Look at that. Oh my God. The proportion of the top one sits in more fucking nighttime than the proportion of the bottom one. How cool is that? Anyway.
Okay, so...
I want to talk about the flat Earth, because I want to throw this out. This is bullshit. I hate this globe.
Hold on. Keep it up. Now consider you have that being opposite that in the wintertime.
Okay, wait a minute. Give me a sec.
Those being at the exact same tilt, and how one shows 40 minutes more of daylight than the other, and how that cannot...
Oh, sorry. Yeah. All right. This is a genuine apology, by the way. Sorry, this is a genuine apology. I mistook what you were saying for something else, and I apologize. So what I just said wasn't actually in relation to the point that you're getting across. Now I understand it. It was just I just didn't understand what you were saying at the start. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's brilliant. I'm on board. How does the flat Earth solve this?
Well, it's pretty simple. By
Go for it. Yeah. Analemma. So
moves in and out, right? The analemma is disproportional.
Yeah.
The analemma is our figure 8 pattern that converges close to the equator, but north of the equator. Okay, cool.
Do
you understand that the analemma is disproportionate, and that it proves that the sun speeds up and slows down annually?
What about if I could show you that with a constant?
Do you understand the questions that I just brought up?
Yes.
You understand that the analemma, from our apparent observations, speeds up and slows down annually in the south?
No. What about if I was able to show you that nearly done? No, would it help it nearly done? Oh my God. I'll tell you what, let's have a look at an analemma. Let's have a look at an analemma predictor then, shall we? I've got a big, beautiful fucking space ball here. It's amazing. It's a space ball. I can set a time of fucking day on any location on this amazing fucking space ball and take one snapshot every single day at the same solar point and see what a globe predicts. Okay, awesome. So here we are. I've got a very distant sun. I've got an observer. Wait a minute. Let's just do this. Let's do this. So I put this in Egypt. Right, okay. So I put this in Egypt. Nearly done. Was nearly done. So nearly done. So just before solar noon in Egypt, in Cairo, or thereabouts, if I rotate a globe and we look at it on one day over the course of a year, this is the prediction in the sky of the analemma of what it would predict if we lived on a sphere. I don't give a shit what you call it. So definitely not evidence. So when I rotate the ball, this just works. All I'm doing is
It doesn't
rotating the
work.
ball, and it
So
works.
put me in the big box, and I'll
And
explain
I'll
why.
wait a minute. I'm just going to show the audience something else. This is awesome as well, because if I, and I'm really proud of this, because if I go back and like set this to my country, and then I say, well, actually, what about if I were to look at the analemma in the morning and take it like, you know, earlier on in the day, let's say. So let's get round.
What did you just say? Look at the analemma in the morning?
Yeah, so set.
What did you just say?
Yeah, so set it so
Do you
that the
understand the analemma
so let
is
so
over
let
the course
so
of a year? It's annual? Do you
Oh.
even understand what the fuck you're talking about, Glover?
Oh my God, no! Thank you for correcting me. I didn't know that. You are so genius. So anyway, to the audience,
Okay, so put me in
if
the
I
big
set
box
that nearly done, if I set this before noon in my country, look at the analemma that's created here over the course of a year. Look at that. How cool is that? Fucking love it. On a globe.
That's funny.
Ask a
funny.
flat earther to
Okay,
do this
now-
geometrically. See what you get.
Yeah,
It's
we
going to
can
be
do
funny.
that, no problem.
Yeah, of
No
course you
problem.
can. Of course you
Now,
can.
here's the
Loads of
problem
people have
that
done
you're
it on a flat earth.
So here's
Loads.
the problem that you're at, Glover. That analemma is disproportional on a uniform tilt. How the fuck does that work?
Lines of
Something that you're
latitude. Look at that.
continuing-
Well, look at it on
Put me in the
screen.
big box.
Look at it on
Put me in the
screen.
big box, and we'll
It's on
address
screen right
your
now.
globe issue that
It's
you
on
have
screen
with
right
this
now.
problem.
It's on screen right
Just
now.
Explain. Put me in the big
A
box.
small curve there, a large one
Put me in
there.
the big box right now.
Look,
Are you afraid
big
to
curve,
put me in the big
small
box?
ball. No, well, you've just asked me a question. I'm showing the audience. Small,
Okay, so put me in the big box
yeah, in
and
a second. I absolutely will in a second. Look at this. From my country, about mid-morning, this is the analemma prediction. Small and big curves. So we've got a small one here and a big curve here. And guess what? It matches fucking reality. And I'm using a ball and a rotation to predict it. Bit weird.
No, hold
The
on.
screen
So
is all yours. Go for it.
Okay, so we have a disproportional analemma, north and south, right? Your analemma is explained by a tilt, and your tilt is uniform, implying that your supposed analemma should be uniform. All right. Cut it out, you two.
I think you need to feed the dogs.
No, it's that fucking cat. Sorry, apologies.
All right, no.
So we have a disproportional analemma in the north and the south.
Yeah, as predicted on that globe that I just showed everybody. It's awesome. I love it.
But it can't be predicted on that globe with a uniform tilt like you claim.
Well, according to you, but according to the model and geometry, it can. But if you want to subscribe to some other, go find another TikToker that believes in that, what you said
Okay,
it shouldn't
so-
be, because I don't believe it should. The geometry that I just showed everybody that was watching right now was, hey, this predicts the analemma on a geometric sphere just by fucking rotating it and taking snapshots of the same
really
solar
doesn't,
point through the year.
It really doesn't, bro. It's
I don't
funny.
like that sheet on that you've got on screen. I don't like the paper. I don't like it's all kind of make believe, much like the
Make-believe?
yeah.
Analemma is make-believe
No,
now?
no, that sheet and those lines and stuff. It just doesn't look right, does it? Shall we look at reality? Is that a good thing to look at? Reality, right?
Reality? Okay.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay,
What do
cool.
we have here?
We have a vessel.
have here?
We have a vessel.
So we have, first of all, let's establish the perspective. Go back to that picture, buddy.
No, I am.
Perspective.
I'm
You
just
have
closing
a
windows.
closer
Calm down.
boat. You have a closer boat, and you have the laws of convergence. The laws
Okay,
of
cool.
convergence is that the sky converges into the ground, that the ground converges into the sky.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
That means the larger your distance is, the more of a convergence rate, meaning the more the bottoms of an object would be obstructed by the convergence of the ground into the horizon.
Okay,
Now, can you actually demonstrate bendy water like you're trying to show right now?
I'm not trying to show
This
any.
is
I'm
apparent
trying
effects,
to.
and you're not actually including refraction,
Yeah,
atmospheric
this is-
distortion, convergence rate, or distance to the
Okay, I get you. I get you. I'm not. So, what do you mean by refraction out of
What
interest?
are you actually showing, bro?
No. I'll get back to it in a second. What do you mean by refraction out of interest?
What are you actually showing?
A
while
boat.
completely
A boat.
deflecting from your
A boat. It's a boat.
non-symmetrical
It's a boat. It's a boat. So
It's a
what?
boat.
Yeah. So what?
Why don't we go
A
back
ship.
to the point?
It's a
Why
ship.
do we have a fucking non-symmetrical analemma on a symmetrical uniform tilt ball?
Because of the
How do
act.
we have a
Okay.
40-minute
Okay.
disparity
Calm down.
on summer solstice and winter solstice on the exact same latitude north and south of the equator? How do we have disparity, period?
So I wanted to go to reality now instead of diagrams.
You can't fucking answer the questions on your fucking little cartoon model.
This is a boat.
And now
this
you
is not
are
cartoon.
reflecting to apparent effects through atmospheric distortions.
Okay, atmospheric distortion. Okay, so this here is atmospheric. Got you. Yeah.
What is empirical about this observation?
So obviously this is on a flat Earth, correct?
What is empirical about this observation? Do you have the observer's height? Do you have the distance to the first boat? The distance to the second boat? Do you have the convergence rate?
The boat. Yeah. So the boat actually, I don't have it. Nearly done. Was nearly done. So I have. Was nearly done.
What is empirical about this? I'm asking. These are observations.
I'll wait till you're done. Let me know when I can talk. Let me know when I can talk on my live. Okay, so the boat starts off, it's transient, so oh my god, it's okay.
Just straight stick to what fucking empirical evidence you provide with this video.
4 miles, 8.5 miles, 1 meter. Right. So anyway.
4 miles. Okay. 4.5. Hold on. 4 miles.
4.5 to 8.5.
8.5 miles. That's double the convergence rate.
Oh, double the convergence rate. Yeah, I got you.
You also have to consider the ground converges into the horizon at approximately 3.5 miles from 1 meter height, right?
Okay, cool.
So what is going on with that further boat? Is it being obstructed by the conversion of the apparent horizon?
So, is that what you say? Is that what you're saying is happening? It's being. Say that again. It's been what? Sorry.
I said.
Yep. I'll pay more attention this time.
The convergence rate of the further boat.
Yep.
And the obstruction at the bottom due to the convergence rate and it being so much further away.
Oh, I don't know. Is that what you're saying it is? Is that the reason? Is that the flat Earth reason?
Well, we can't actually measure curvature on water. It goes against hydrostatics. So any of these observations you're making are all apparent.
Is there any observation that I can make that isn't apparent? If so, name one.
Hydrostatics. 100% empirical.
That's a word. How do I observe it non-apparently?
Hydrostatics is a scientific law.
So how do I observe it?
So if you're showing
non-apparently,
if you're showing water,
okay, don't answer me then. Doesn't matter. Okay, so what's the reason for this again? So we can see.
I acknowledge my point.
I want to know the difference between.
I brought up empirical evidence, something that you can't actually fucking.
Okay, do you understand what's happening here on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
There's a large body of water. Large bodies of water always find a maintained level. That's hydrostatics.
Right. Yeah. So this water's
refraction.
Got you.
Numerous variables.
Got you. Right. Okay. Okay. So hydrostatic water and its level, and this ship is going down. Why? Just give me the summary of why it's going down. Convergence rate, which is just perspective, right? It's just another way of saying perspective. So you're saying that the law of perspective will dictate that a flat water surface will hide a portion of a ship. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Where do I find references to this that I can look up to say over a flat plane, something can be hidden by perspective? Or is it something other than perspective?
I'll show you.
Okay, cool.
Big box, please.
Yeah. Is this a scientific paper that you're going to show me, yeah?
This is observable reality.
Oh, so not a scientific. It's not stated anywhere in a scientific paper, no?
Bro, I just tried bringing up hydrostatics and you completely gish-galloped away from fucking actual science. So
no, water's 100% level. Hydrostatics, true. Equilibrium. Molecular bonding between hydrogen atoms that actually want to
level geometric surface on a ball.
No, I'm saying it's flat. I just want an explanation for it. It's all flat. Just want an explanation for it. So yeah, I'm looking out of a beautiful fucking flat Earth. I'm just wondering why the ship's dropped. That's it. That's all I'm doing.
Okay.
This is going to explain how that. Yeah, that box is. Yeah, that box is going to drop down below sea level, right, or the flat plane. Got you.
Okay,
How?
so let me explain to you what's happening from our observable reality, something that you can't prove otherwise. The sky converges into the vanishing point. The ground converges into the vanishing point.
Yep.
At a certain moment,
Well, are you breaking up a little bit?
and the angular.
Wait a minute. I'm not being funny. You're breaking up terribly at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, your signal's really bad. It's got red. It's got red bars.
Is that better?
It is for the moment, but the visual's really jerky. Just so you know.
So we have a large angular size that will converge into the vanishing point of the horizon. The vanishing point of the horizon where the sky and the ground meet.
Okay, got you. Yeah.
The sky converges into the vanishing point. The ground converges into the vanishing point. If you follow these little red lines on the bottom, eventually the angular size of this object will reach the vanishing point and converge beyond the vanishing point. When it reaches the vanishing point, the bottom is obstructed, the top continues to converge. That's how we have an explanation on a flat plane surface just with convergence rates on how the bottoms of things will appear to be obstructed simply by convergence rate. Now you have an 8-mile stretch to that one boat, and it's just showing the obstruction at the bottom. We know that our vanishing point with a 1 meter observer or 1.5 meter observer is approximately 3.5 miles, and that anything beyond that with an angular size bigger than the vanishing point will converge beyond it. Simple fucking shit.
Okay, simple. Yeah.
Now,
so
this is the point that you're at.
Okay.
Hydrostatics proves a level fucking plane, period.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm on board. This is a level plane.
Okay,
Absolutely.
fine,
I'm on board.
right?
Yeah, I'm on board. I still want to know why the bottom of the ship is gone and not the top, though. But you say, perspective doesn't answer that question, really, does it?
It absolutely does, though. You understand the angular size of an object, if it's larger than the vanishing point, will vanish beyond the vanishing point from the bottom up due to the laws of convergence.
Right. What's the size? Okay, brilliant. So you've got a relationship there between the size of the vanishing point and the size of the object. So let's say this is 1 degree vertical height. What's the size of the vanishing point?
1 degree vertical?
Yeah.
It's detrimental on the distance, right? Because the angular size changes with distance.
Well, yeah, but this at the moment is 1 degree high. The height is 90 feet high, and at 90 feet at 8.5 miles is, let's say, 1 degree of vertical angular resolution, measurement is 1 degree. Now you just said, well, it's because of the size of the vanishing point. So what figure is that? And then what do I do?
The angular size of the object compared to the vanishing point.
All right, yeah. So how?
Is apparent and it doesn't actually fucking change. Can you stop trying to put words in my mouth, please?
Okay, so how do I use the vanishing point now to calculate how much of this 1 degree is going to be missing?
Would be based on your observer height. From what I am aware, you can times your observer height times 0.1224 or the square root. Hold on, I'm getting a...
No, it's fine. You're just saying where the horizon is, right? That's the vanishing point for you.
That's the apparent horizon. It changes with that.
So you're saying the vanishing point is the apparent horizon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got you. That's awesome. Now, is this behind the apparent horizon?
So yes.
Yes.
When you consider the laws of perspective, you have foreground, middle ground, and background. The background would be anything beyond the vanishing point.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yeah,
Can you comprehend that?
Well,
comprehend background, foreground.
Yeah, no, I only had a 20-year career in visual effects and games and graphics. I got no idea what you're on about. But even if do you think it's possible then to replicate this on a flat surface?
Absolutely.
What would I need to do it? Just perspective, right?
I've seen a video of a guy doing it on a flat soccer pitch. I've seen a video of a guy doing it on a flat level driveway.
You mean all? You mean all?
Do it in observable.
Yeah. So you mean
considering the laws of convergence and the rates
Yeah. Got you. So here's an interesting thing, though. If I plot that vessel out at 8 miles on a flat surface using a perspective camera, where the laws of convergence are all accounted for, and we can see that if I move the boat close, it gets bigger and uniformly goes to a vanishing line, which is that pink line, coincidentally, a perspective vanishing line. So, yep, about 8 miles out, it's about there on a beautiful, flat, hydrostatic, water always finds its level, flat fucking Earth. Love it. It's awesome. And then we look at it and we think, well, hang about. This is a bit weird. Wait a minute. No, I'm obviously missing something here. I really must be missing something. Yeah.
Terrible. You're missing numerous amounts of things. Where's refraction? Where's atmospheric dispersion?
Right. Dispersion.
Where is the convergence rate?
Convergence rate.
Where is the convergence rate compared to the apparent horizon?
Yeah. All of that. Got you. Yeah. You can help me. Yeah. No, I agree with you. But wait a minute. Do you want to see what happens if I put it? Wait a minute. Check this. This is going to hurt you, and I know this. But do you want to see what happens if I put it on a curving water surface and move it away?
Oh my gosh! But where's the refraction
in
that cartoon? Wait
a minute.
10 minutes ago.
Wait a minute. Look, ain't that weird?
Okay. Just on
that
refraction.
Wait a minute.
Are you saying
this is a really weird thing that the geometry of this actually fucking matches? That's weird, right?
It's so weird that you can't actually comprehend what I'm asking you. In your cartoon, are you considering atmospheric distortion in any kind of way? No. Are you considering convergence rate in any kind of way?
Yes, because these use perspective.
No, you're not really.
Okay, so this uses a perspective camera. So
in your own position.
Nearly done. Was nearly done. Oh, sorry. What? Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Right. Okay. Got you. Are you ready?
That you're not willing to make an explanation for?
So interestingly, you say that refraction is responsible for making this curving water surface with the ship going away look. This flat surface of this ship that doesn't match fucking reality. If I put refraction in this, it will make it look like this, which is just purely curving water, which does look like reality. So you're saying it looks like it's on curving water geometrically, but it's actually a flat surface that if I add refraction to will turn it into something that apparently looks like a curving surface, which then matches reality. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of this.
When did I ever say that? What I actually brought up is, how are you not considering a variable, a very detrimental variable in that fucking nonsense cartoon?
Okay.
And what you did was make a bunch of fucking nonsense words and
you don't have to swear. You don't have to swear.
No, stop trying to put words. This is the third time I've had to correct you.
Okay.
Putting the proper words.
Okay, let me do this then. I'll go back to the flat Earth. You're saying I'm missing refraction. Can you define what refraction is and how I'd put it in there here for me, please?
Refraction is the bending of light towards the denser medium over distance.
Okay, does that mean the light is going to bend down or up?
Well, typically on a typical temperature gradient, it will be bending towards the denser medium, which is typically down.
Typically, got you. Right, okay. So what would happen? No, I get it. We agree. It's fine. We agree. No, and I get the temperature inversion, but typically I'm fine with on average. I really am. I'm absolutely fine with on average. So just while I load in this other example. So refraction with light bending down would make what happen to this observation? In fact, let me go back to this one and just say flat.
Downward refraction would mean that you're not able to see the visible light from those things. So
downward refraction, yeah. Okay.
So if the bottom is being refracted downward, how are you actually making an observation? If the light isn't able to reach you because it's refracting downward, how are you able to make an observation?
Okay, so let me make sure I get this correct. You're saying that the light leaving the bottom of the hull bends down and doesn't make it to our eye, correct?
No, what I actually said is we can explain why the bottoms are obstructed simply by convergence, and that what I actually said was, in your model, why are you not considering refraction of any kind of way?
Oh, I can put standard atmospheric refraction in very easily. But I prefer to leave it out because it doesn't help the flat Earth. Do you want to know why? Because if this was a flat Earth right now and we were looking out over it, and I put standard atmospheric refraction into it, that would be 0.3.
We don't even need to.
Wait a minute. Here we go.
Amount of refraction that it
Wait a minute.
takes over 8 miles.
There we go. There we go. There we go. I've just put refraction into it, standard atmospheric refraction, as which is defined clearly in the dip correction equation for celestial navigation, and that's all I did. So I just put refraction into a flat Earth. Do you see what happened to the horizon? It went from that being flat to the horizon being there. That's standard atmospheric refraction. Okay, what else? How else do I need to make this hide the bottom now? Go for it.
Standard. Why are you doing standard or refraction all of a sudden?
Oh, because
it's almost like you had it prepared, but
standard.
You weren't actually. It's almost like you had it prepared, but you weren't actually willing to.
Okay, what do you want? Okay. Give me. Okay. Give me a tangential rate over 8.5 miles for what you would want to see then with refraction, because
big box, please. Big box, please.
The best.
Big box, please.
The best case for this.
Box,
oh, calm down! I've fucking windows all over the place. Oh, there you go. It's me trying to fucking sort out windows.
Here. We have our convergence rate, and we have an explanation with observable reality on what's going on with the ground converging into the sky at the apparent horizon or vanishing point.
Mm-hmm.
We have our convergence rate. We know that the ground converges up to the vanishing point, and we know that the sky converges downward towards the vanishing point.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me flip around my camera for a sec. Okay, you've got angular size of a boat going away, further away, further away. Eventually, it will reach the vanishing point because it's converging past the vanishing point. You will still make an observation of what's above, but because of the vanishing point, it obstructs the bottom beyond that vanishing point. Without even invoking refraction, we can talk about why the bottoms of objects appear to disappear due to convergence specifically.
Okay. I've got a question then. So if you on that diagram, that exact diagram that you've got up, if you take something that's both equally above and below your center vision line and move it away, what would happen disproportionately to the bottom to make it disappear then, as opposed to the top, since equally they get smaller towards the vanishing point proportionally?
So what would be the one thing that's obstructing the bottom compared to the top? The vanishing point.
Yeah, but I'm saying on that diagram, can you explain it? It's just not clear to me.
So, at the vanishing point.
No, the bottom diagram. The bottom diagram.
You understand? Yeah. We'll go to the bottom.
Okay.
You understand that the distance apart from this line and this line and this line and this line are the same.
What, in physical reality? Yes.
Okay. So therefore, the distance between this and this and this and this are the same, right?
I'm very aware of what perspective is. I do perspective view transforms in rasterization. So
the angular
yes.
size of the same distance takes up far less, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, like this is showing, the convergence lines of the roof will converge into the horizon, but also the street will converge into the horizon, right?
Yes, I want to know why the street disappeared, why the bottom half of the buildings disappear first.
When our observations meet our field of view limits or our perspective limits, that right there is the vanishing point. It's formed by our perspective limits. If you have a larger object, then the angular size of the vanishing point converging beyond the vanishing point.
What's the angle? Sorry. What's the angular size?
Observation of the top, while the bottoms will be blocked out by the vanishing point.
So you said you said it again. Angular size of the vanishing point. What is that?
No, I said angular size of the object compared to the vanishing point.
What are we comparing it against?
Okay, so for instance, if you have a 6-foot observer, and a 3-foot flag, that 3-foot flag will have an angular size when you're looking at it right in front of you. When it's at 3 miles, because of the convergence rate, it will be obstructed by the convergence.
Is this calculable then, this stuff that you've come up with,
This
yes?
isn't actually demonstratable because our observations on a plane surface far exceed what should be.
Well,
geometrically possible
yeah,
with a ball.
I mean, can you calculate this then? Is that what you're saying? It's very easy, right?
Well, there's a convergence rate, and that we can resolve.
Okay, sorry. Let me ask it in this way, because this is how I understand it. Let me ask it in this way: if an observer is 5 foot high, and you're 10 foot away from a lamppost, and that lamppost is 15 foot high, what angle would they have to look up to the top of that lamppost?
Well, I'm sure we could figure it out. Is it really important for the
Yes,
topic?
yes, very.
It's
So
not really as important as you deflecting from the fact
Nova, that was wrong, by the way.
Explanation why the bottoms of things appear just due to convergence rate and a vanishing point. And you're saying, well...
No, I'm trying to... Whoa, calm down. I'm trying to understand your vanishing point, and I'm trying to see where it diverges away from perspective. I'm simply asking, if an observer is 5 foot high, and they're 10 foot away from a lamppost that is 15 foot high. In other words, there's 10 foot of the lamppost above, and they're 10 foot away from that lamppost. What angle do they have to look up to see the top of that lamppost?
It would be detrimental on the convergence rate that I got listed right here.
Yes. Yeah, so what would that be?
Angle compared to the angle, right?
Yeah, so what would that be? What's the number? We have it in degrees. What's the number?
We would get an angle.
Yeah, what's the angle?
We would get an angle.
Yep, the angle.
Assume a plane surface.
Yes, Blake.
Right, a 90-degree right angle.
Yeah.
We would take that angle.
Yep.
And we would know the distance.
Yeah.
And then we would know the height.
Yep.
So what are you really? What's your point regarding why?
What's the angle is the question.
3 miles and beyond would be obstructed.
So wait a minute. So just really quickly.
It's
10 foot away. Right? It's 10 foot high. What angle do I need to look up to see it?
Well, rise equals run, right? 10 feet and 10 feet should be a 45, but then you have to consider your convergence rate.
Okay. So
hyperbolic vision and a Euclidean measurement.
Okay, right? Awesome. So when I angle, let's say a theodolite or total station at that, I have to look up 45, but then I have to correct for something, which is you call the convergence rate. So it's not 45. What is it? And what's that convergence rate?
The theodolite actually corrects for refraction, terrestrial refraction over 1,500 meters.
This is 10 foot. What do I do?
Right. So we don't actually correct for refraction.
Oh, so it would be 45 degrees. Awesome. So now, if I go...
What kind of refraction happens and occurs over 10 feet?
Standard atmospheric. So
standard is minuscule. There's barely any apparent effects on it from 10 feet, right?
Oh no, correct. Yes, 100%. So
the further things are away, the more they tend to refract or diffuse or scatter or distort.
Yeah. So it's convergence then. This convergence zone that you're on about, you're just meaning refraction, right? I'm still trying to get a handle on what.
Absolutely not. Refraction
okay, fair enough.
Is a completely different variable. The
okay.
On a 3 mile stretch, we can observe things disappearing from the bottom up is simply due to the laws of convergence, perspective, and the vanishing point. You have foreground, middle ground, and background. Anything in the background is beyond the vanishing point.
Okay, got you.
Meaning that it would converge from the top down in angular size, but it would actually be obscured from the bottom up.
Right, yeah. So we need to get to that bottom up. So question, So
bottoms of boats disappear from our apparent observations just due to the laws of convergence.
I'm still trying to get a numerical explanation of the laws of convergence outside of what is standard perspective. So if we're 10 foot away and 10 foot, nearly done, 10 foot away and 10 foot up, that's 45 degrees. If I move 20 foot away and it's 10 foot up, what's the angle up to that?
Well, you would have to include your convergence rate. You see my finger right here?
Okay,
You have to include that convergence rate.
Okay, brilliant. So what is the angle then?
On this nonsense, I could care less. What I actually want you to stick with.
Very good, alien.
The bottom and why after 3 miles they would appear to be obstructed from the bottom up, simply due to that vanishing point.
Okay, so the answer is actually 22.5 because of the very specific relationship. Wait a minute. Nearly done.
I'm calling you out for your own non-sequitur.
Yeah. I'm asking. No. Okay, so due to perspective, things. Yeah. This is it. So due to perspective. Yeah. This is it. So due to perspective. Oh my God, we're not going to look. Due to perspective, I can work that out. And then I can work out that if I do, nearly done was nearly done, I can now say, well, at 40 feet, it's 11.25 degrees up that I'd have to see. Now, there's a very specific relationship there. I double the distance and I half the angle that I need to look up with the same physical size of the object, just doubling the distance each time. It's fantastic. And I can do that for the bottom as well. But what you're saying is, with the laws of convergence, something goes weird with the bottom, and I'm trying to wonder what.
Like, it clearly demonstrates it in this diagram here.
Yeah, so now, so now I've got 100 foot.
Yeah, you are intellectually dishonest.
I've got
somebody got that recorded.
Oh yeah, because that's a win, dude. Well done. You're amazing. So 100 feet high, 100 feet high. Yeah. A boat. Are you ready? A boat. No. Okay. I'll let you finish.
From the bottom up due to the vanishing point.
The vanishing point. Got you. Yeah, got you. Vanishing point. The things where only the bottom of things vanish. Got you. It should be the bottom vanishing point, right? It's the wrong name. That
is obstructing the top. What the fuck? What vanishing point is there to obstruct the top?
Oh, so the vanishing point is the ground, is what you're saying.
Holy fuck. What does this green fucking shit look like at the bottom? What is that supposed to represent? Your observations of the ground. The blue is your sky. The gray is beyond the vanishing point.
Right.
Do you see how they converge?
So 100.
See how
Got you.
Would converge beyond the vanishing point.
Yeah. So are you right? So my question. All of this. Oh, okay. Let me know. Let me know when you're done.
It's that simple.
Do you know what the difference between qualitative and quantitative are? I'm trying to get to a point where I can quantify this effect that you're trying to describe. Unless you can point me to a scientific paper, we've got a problem. We're going to have to do this. So if I have an object that's 100 foot high at 8 miles, it's on a water surface, I'm 1 meter high. Tell me what I need to do to figure out how much is hidden.
You consider your convergence rate.
Yes. So what is that at 8.5? So give me the calculations that tell me how much of that 100 feet are going to be missing.
For this explanation, it doesn't really have anything to do with what I'm explaining.
I'm not saying it's anything to do with what you're explaining. It's to do with how the fuck do we explain this, and I want to quantify it. So this is, let's say, 100 foot high. Let's make it fucking, decent. 100 foot high. Based on it being 8.5 miles away and the observer being 1.1 meters, what relationship or calculation would I have to say, well, hang about, this is missing 60 fucking foot?
Well, the convergence rate again is displayed in that photograph that I just showed you. If you don't want to pay attention to it, for sure, you don't have to. I don't fucking care.
Sorry. That's even worse than cartoons, dude. Cartoons, just cartoons.
Your continuous deflection and non sequitur.
Just cartoons.
So, is the water converging into the sky in your photo?
This is a video, but yes.
Is it converging into the sky?
Oh my God, I just answered fucking yes.
Is the vanishing point before the further boat or after?
Well, it's well after, because I can still see the boat that's apparently over the horizon, so there you go.
That's an angular size above the vanishing point. I don't think you can actually comprehend what I'm talking about. Where's the vanishing point? Is it the line right there that you have your thing on, or is it the boat?
Prospectively, nearly done. Was nearly done. Let's have a conversation, please. Prospectively, this here on the right hand side is actually a 6 foot person or thereabouts. So the vanishing point, the vanishing line, is above the horizon slightly for this observer.
The vanishing point is the horizon, bro. It's apparent horizon or the vanishing point. You're actually changing terminology to suit your own biases. It's sad.
So the vanishing point here is nearly done.
And establish where the horizon is, because the horizon is that flat geometric fucking feature that's obstructing what's in the background.
But it is. But don't you find it completely coincidental that if I just nearly done, was nearly done, nearly done, was nearly done, was nearly done,
obstructing the bottom of the boat.
Fucking is it? Yes. Look at that.
Yes, it is. And we can explain that because the ground converges into the horizon.
Look at that.
Boat is beyond the
yeah. I don't need any of that made up bullshit. I can just hide the fucking water and see that the boat's still there, and I can see that this matches. Yeah. You mean those diagrams that you drew that weren't anywhere near this? Those cartoons. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. How weird is that?
On your cartoon there, show me the vanishing point.
The vanishing point is the pink... Oh, wait a minute. The vanishing point is the pink line now.
The vanishing point is the pink line now. So you know where the vanishing point is on your cartoon, but not on observable reality. That's fucking phenomenal. Thank you.
Yeah. The vanishing... Nearly done. Okay. Carry on.
Your cartoon model, but not an observable reality.
I can. It's at the height of this little dude here, which is the same as in the model, which matches perfectly due to curvature.
The vanishing point is above the horizon in observable reality.
It fucking is.
It's at the horizon.
No, it's above.
That's fucking funny. So are you just entirely...
Oh my God. Okay, I'll show you this then, and I'll show people for the audience. So what we've got here is I will create a nearly done, was nearly done, was nearly done. So what? Oh my God. So was nearly done.
Being unable to present a single piece of evidence, and all you can do is deflect with your straw man nonsense. You can't actually comprehend convergence rate, and it's fucking terribly sad. It proves you're intellectually dishonest and that you can't even fundamentally comprehend observable reality.
Totes. So anyway, so what we have here in this is I have a big block. This big block I'm going to put at the eye level of the observer. So this big block here now is about at the eye level of the observer. The vanishing point is, on this model, the pink fucking line. So it goes away and it converges up and down to that pink line. Do we see it's not going towards the horizon? Do we see it's going nearly done, was nearly fucking done. Let me finish. Jesus Christ, let me finish. Again, calm down. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, I've just kicked you. You are pissing me off. You don't let me get a fucking sentence out. So anyway, what we've got here is we've got a block that moves away on a vanishing line in geometry. It diverges away from the horizon. Now, that also corresponds to a vessel that's seemingly moving away, but then says, no, screw you, vanishing point above the horizon using geometry. I'm going to go down instead. Now, on a flat Earth, the difference is the vanishing point doesn't change that pink line. The boat goes towards the vanishing point. There's no up or down. There's no nonsensical bullshit about things disappearing from the bottom up. This is all that happens. You can calculate it across a surface. You can make it huge. You can make it small. It doesn't matter. But when we compare a curving water surface to actual fucking reality, guess what? It matches. Now, I'm really sorry. That was the last time he would go round in circles and fucking try and cut me off and go on his little bastard script. If he wanted an honest conversation, he should have started out that way. I tolerated it for way too long. It isn't the subject. It's actually the complete disrespect, condescension. That is not someone that wants to find truth. That's the leader of a cult that wants to fucking get your money. But anyway, arguing with someone that's so delusional and can't understand a 45-degree fucking up thing on a right angle, had to read the chat. That's terrible. We need to calculate it. Yeah, of course you do. Fucking right angle. Jesus. But anyway, I digress. Can everybody like and do all that kind of stuff, please? Let's see if we can have a proper conversation. Murphy, are you a flat earther?
Absolutely not.
Oh, damn it. Pfft. Okay.
Sat for an hour, and that was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I've got so many things. You know, he wouldn't even. I just wanted him to invalidate the globe, couldn't do it. I wanted him to explain what happened on Flat Earth, can't do it. Invention of all these fucking random things. But anyway,
No, dude, I was listening to you for the longest time. That he just wasn't going to listen to you, man. He wasn't going to listen to you.
well, I didn't. I mean, I didn't think he was going to be convinced at all. He just wouldn't listen to a complete sentence of mine, which happens so many times. And it isn't the subject. The subject and his arguments are not why I dropped him. I was interested in his arguments. The reason why I dropped him, and it's the first fucking flat earther that I have, is because after the 50, I made a little note and a little note here on a sheet of paper. And I was ticking them off. If he actually did it a few more times, I was just going to say, I can't be asked with this anymore because it's just going to go round in circles. Deflection and round in circles, and it's just bullshit. But anyway, Murphy, have you got any comments? I just want to see if, I want to, no offense, but I want to drop you and see if there's any flat earthers that actually want a conversation rather than just a diatribe of a script.
Just wanted to say I was loving the stream.
All right, cheers. All right, take it easy. Bye-bye.
You too.
If people that have seen my lives when I talk to flat earthers, it doesn't need to be like that was. It really doesn't. There doesn't need to be over talking. Faulty, how are you doing? Hello, Faulty. Okay. Oh my God, this is going to make me feel hungry. Hash Brown, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
I kind of feel hungry now, believe it or not. I didn't before reading out the word hash brown and looking at your avatar image. But now,
if you don't want to feel hungry, go to my account. I went famous on debunking fast food restaurants on how disgusting their food is when you look into it.
When you say debunking it, you mean saying that they're disgusting or debunking that they are disgusting?
Oh no, I had a video that goes to 4.5 million views yesterday because they had slop inside of the burgers.
Yeah, actually, believe it or not, there's one thing. I saw an experiment, I think it was done on YouTube, where they bought burgers from all the restaurants and then they left them for 13 months in some cases. And you had burgers like Burger King that after like a week had moss growing them, all that kind of stuff. But the fucking burger that someone bought at McDonald's still looked exactly the same as the day that they bought it. That was horrifying to me looking at that. It is, I
actually saw that. Not as relevant, but there's a SpongeBob episode from 12 years ago where, I don't know, this is so stupid, but Mr. Krabs, he becomes a fast food chain and he starts putting grey slop into the burgers and just makes them look like burgers. And they made that episode because it's been proven that Burger King and McDonald's also did that. Barely even meat.
Jesus. Anyway, are you a flat earther, Hash Brown?
I am. Are you?
No, I am not. I'm very far from a flat earther.
So wait, are you a flat earther or do you believe the earth is round?
I believe the earth is a planet. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I just always think about flat earthers. Why would they think that there's sinkholes? You know, it's not possible.
So you're wait a minute. So you're not a flat earther, right?
No, I'm flat earther. I just, there are some points that are just.
Oh, right. Okay. What is your so in the flat Earth? What do you think is the strongest proposition of flat Earth? Like, what thing convinces you the most? If it could just be one.
I don't know.
Is there any particular one, or is there any? So, is there any one that makes you think it's not a globe then?
I just like pissing off Christians by telling them that I'm a flat earther.
Well, I'm neither pissed off nor a Christian, so so you're not actually a flat earther then?
No, I'm a registered Sigma.
Right. Okay. Anyway, you don't mind if I drop you? I'm waiting for a discussion on flat Earth, if that's all right. But yeah, good point about the fast food stuff, and I recommend anybody go to Hash Brown's channel and have a look. Let's have a look. Fresh Taste Made. Amir. Hello, Amir.
Hi.
How are you?
Yes, good, very good. Thank you. Actually, I wanted to say thank you.
Okay.
I've been looking for an answer for years, and there wasn't any solid, live, honest, with a good explanation answer available anywhere in social media, to be honest. That was the first time I felt like I'm in a right class, in a right like a study course, so, somewhere that I can educate myself without fooling myself. Or
All right. Sorry, are you a flat earther, or do you believe the Earth is a globe?
no, actually, I'm not. I believe the planet is the real thing, and
Yeah.
everything around us is a planet around us. But this flat earthers kind of like explanations and observations and all the basically the evidence that they were like showing us, it was misleading.
Oh
And
God,
I
yes.
was kind of like feeling like maybe there is a possibility, but I wasn't sure. I was keep looking, and every spaceship was going to the sky. I was like, the first question once they reached the atmosphere, I was asking like, do you see Earth is flat? That was like actually my question, because I was like confused. I was like, saying, I don't believe it's flat, but why there is so many evidence? And as you said, they are cults. And today I got great answer from you. I have to tell you this. I recorded the 15 minutes conversation. It's just I want to keep it.
That's
as a
fine.
proof.
Honestly, anybody can record anything and do anything with anything that I ever do, and that's I don't give a shit.
Loved it. I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah, no,
and
that's
I
cool.
loved it.
That's cool.
Yeah,
But anyway, thank you for coming up on me. I'm going to try and get a flat earther on to have a conversation, but you're welcome, and thanks again.
You're welcome. Bye.
Just while there are over 700 people here, can you all hit the like thing to get this more popular? Because I was hoping for a flat earther to come up, one in particular that I think we could have a genuine, proper conversation. Dr. Phil. Wait a minute, Dr. Phil. I won't join a flat earther thing because I want a one-on-one discussion. I don't want like a circle jerk gang bang with people just shouting and stuff. I have done before. It's non-productive. You don't get productive conversations out of it. You just get cult-like behavior. And that's not exclusive to the flat earth either, by the way. That's on that can be on the globe as well. So, and that's why I don't have loads of globers up here. I mean, I do sometimes when there's no flat earthers and we just want to chat and chat shit. But I don't want this panel full of flat earthers when I'm having a conversation. I want it more full of flat earthers when having a conversation, but ones that can talk, rather than a gang of them that are there just to berate and belittle, which is fucking low life scum shit. That. But anyway, here's an interesting thing for everybody. It's actually one of my videos. A sundial, and here's the statement. Sorry I didn't get onto this with the previous fellow with the upside down name. But here's an interesting thing. There has never been a flat earth sundial in existence. Not one. How cool is that? And there's a very specific reason for it. Time wouldn't work. And if you think about it, it makes sense. So for everybody in the audience right now, think of a NASCAR coming past you on a flat earth when you're in Egypt, which is this sundial here. If it's at a constant velocity, you have to turn your head the most when it's coming past you. But every single sundial near the tropics has been designed with compression around solar noon in the hours, which is the opposite to what they'd have to be on a flat earth. Which is quite interesting because an hour on flat earth from 10 o'clock, so here we go, all the way to an hour further forward, is 2.5 hours on any sundial from Egypt that's ever fucking existed that depicts proper time or solar, hours. You can get parabolic ones that hint at time of day but don't do hours. But anyone that does hours, a sundial has never existed that would work on a flat Earth, and it's very easy to demonstrate to yourself with a fucking table and an omnidirectional bulb just swinging it round. No sundial designed for Egypt that has existed in the last 3,000 years depicting the passage of time on an hourly basis will ever work on a flat Earth. That's my statement. That is absolutely true. I'd love a flat earther to fucking tell me otherwise. Besides deflection and denial, we don't know what the sun is. We don't know what this is. We don't know. That's just bullshit. Let's see who's waiting. Sparky, how are you doing? Are you an electrician by any chance?
No, actually, I'm not. I'm was actually named after Sparky Anderson, the baseball coach.
Oh right, I'm not into baseball, so I wouldn't have known that. But every Sparky that I know is actually an electrician. So
I'm actually a musician, and I do know a good bit about it. I have a degree in computer. I have a degree in computer technology, and I have a degree in mechanical engineering. So.
Oh, nice. So I guess
I've got a good understanding of it.
Yeah. So unfortunately, based on overwhelming probability, you are not a flat earther then.
Actually, I'll give you the whole rundown of it, and I'll answer a question I heard you ask someone previously, like what was the thing that convinced you? So I spent most of my life completely,
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, Sparky. Are you a flat earther then? Yes or no?
Yes, 100%.
Nice.
Your question is
okay, cool. Yeah, go for it.
What was the one subject that did it?
Mm-hmm.
So for me, the thing that got me was that, okay, so anyone can walk outside and clearly look at the sky and see that the clouds move in different directions based on the rotation of the Earth, right?
Yep.
So, it's clear to say that when you're basically not standing on the Earth, that rotation doesn't affect you anymore. So with that being said, why is it that, this, according to the current model, we're moving approximately 1,000 miles per hour, 800 miles per hour, or something like that?
I'm not, by the way. I'm not.
Yeah.
I
gotcha. But you're not moving. Yeah.
No.
But the thing is that if that's true, then so if thinking basically east to west, if you take a flight from say North Carolina on the East Coast,
yep,
and you're traveling east to west in a counterclockwise direction, a flight from going with the rotation from North Carolina to say Los Angeles, Charlotte, North Carolina to say Los Angeles, California, should take you about 3 hours.
I get the proposition here. I get the proposition. But just give me 2 seconds. Chat, can you all do me a favor? Can you hit the like and share this? Because there is a specific flat earther that I want to join so I can invite them up. Not that I don't appreciate you, Sparky, by the way, but there is someone that I did say I wanted to chat with today, and I need them to join. So in your so first of all, did you see have you watched the stream and saw the problems with the flat earth? Yeah, just first of all,
I've seen basically seen the different kind of smear campaigns of it, and I've seen like what's kind of considered the accepted truth, what's considered not the accepted truth. I don't have anything to do with the Flat Earth Society or whatever.
No.
But I don't, because they have even more bizarre. That's what I mean. There's nothing really unified about the quote unquote flat Earth community.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, the heliocentric model is so completely destroyed. I mean, Polaris, the star Polaris, and you can go look at it right now with the right kind of telescope in the day or the night. It stays in the same spot all the time. I mean, they're
so wait a minute. Stop right there. So you were saying that it shouldn't?
Well, if we're spinning around in the heliocentric model like they show us, then it would be impossible for that to be in the same position.
Okay. So that's the statement. Because what I want to do is I don't want to go too much on a deflection or anything like that. I just want to concentrate on one statement. So the statement is as follows, and I'm actually either going to show you how it's fallacious or teach you to be a better flat earther. So there's a win-win here. I hope for this conversation in this point. So if I said to you, "Hey, my car's going too fast," what do you think that means?
Your car's going too fast?
Yeah.
Then you're accelerating too fast.
Okay.
You're holding the accelerator down too much.
Okay, so that could be it. If I say it's revving too much, what does that mean?
Well, if your car's revving too much, then I would say you might have something like kind of causing your throttle to stick.
That's the cause. Wait a minute. That's the cause. What do I mean when I say it's revving too much, though?
Well, what do you mean by it's revving too much? Then that means apparently when you're hitting the throttle, then you're creating more RPMs than desired. So that would be revving too much.
Right. Okay. Or it could be idle. So let's break this down. When I said it's revving too much, so there's a few things to break down here. One is to work out what I mean. First of all, like you said, it could be I'm pressing the throttle and there's too many RPMs based on my throttle input, based on what gear I'm in or something like that. It could be that on idle, it's idling too high. The choke or mixture could be wrong, something like that. It could be loads of different things. But here's an interesting thing. That was a qualifying statement, right? It's revving too much. But I never told you what too much meant and what baseline I'm using. Now, if I said my cat,
I admitted that too. That was one of my first questions: what is too much?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. That's a very. I mean, I'm not being. Don't take offense, but that's a very vague assumption because what's too much? Not enough.
Yeah. Exactly. So now, when I say, hey, the manual says this car should idle at let's say 650 RPM. Bit high, but 650 RPM, but it's idling at 1200 for some reason. That's a quantitative thing that you can now say, oh, well, actually, there's a disparity here, right? Let's figure out what the fuck this is, right? Brilliant. Now, you started off with, what was your statement again about Polaris?
About Polaris is that whether it's day or night, that star stays in the same spot all the time. Mm-hmm. In the middle of the day, if you have the ability to use lenses on your telescope, that star doesn't move. It's in the center all the time.
How much? Right. Okay. Wait a minute.
That's an impossibility.
So right. Okay. So on a singular day, mm-hmm. you would expect Polaris to move.
Well,
by how much? By how much?
I didn't say that.
All right. Okay.
But if you look at the rotation of the heliocentric model, if just for example, I'm located in Charlotte, North Carolina area. Okay.
Yep.
So if you look that we're rotating, one revolution approximately every 24 hours.
Yep.
And then 365 rotations around the sun. Okay.
Yep.
We are constantly moving, and then of course our galaxy is also moving at yet another speed.
Yep.
So if all this motion is taking place, mm-hmm. then that everything around us should move differently, but it doesn't. And I mean, it doesn't move at all. And people say, "Oh, well, it's distance." No, it's not, because that star, if we're moving like that, it is impossible on any level for that star.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. I can feel you're passionate about this. You don't have to be that passionate.
I'm not. I'm just saying that, I tried my best to prove the globe, and I actually always end up proving the flat Earth. That's the problem, is that I'm actually intelligent enough to do the math, to do the work, to do the numbers, to do the calculations, and it adds up to that.
Okay, so yeah, no, that's fine. I get the claim now, right? But remember when I said in the manual, it said 650 RPM, and I bring it to you with 1200. Great. So how much does the heliocentric model say that Polaris should move in a year?
Well, since there's actually no verifiable data on it, I can't answer that question.
Okay. Can I have a look? I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer, by the way, but I'm just going to have a look online.
I don't either. There's no way for me. I mean, I could do the math if I had all the variables and had all the problems there, sure. The answer's 4. Well, I don't know, what is it, 1 plus 1 or 1 plus whatever, 1 plus 3, 2 plus 2. So that's what I mean. I don't have all the variables to answer that question, but I am intelligent enough to know that if we move in the manner in which this so-called heliocentric model says this is exactly how we do it, it is impossible for that star to stay in the same spot all the time. I mean, we would see some kind of movement, some kind of change in the sky, and it doesn't. I mean, there are stone statues that have been in existence for over 2,000 years that have a tiny hole cut out so you can see it all the time, and it's never moved in 2,000 years.
Right. Okay. So, wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Let's just go back to the North Star for 2 seconds. I can't find anything that says that in a year Polaris should move. So what are you criticizing?
Well, I'm criticizing is that if we are moving around in this circular rotation on the Earth is approximately 50,000 miles, according to the from the north, I'm talking the heliocentric model, approximately 50,000 miles from there to the equator, right? So that's basically.
It's not 50. It's not 50,000 miles.
Or whatever. It's something like that. There's approximately 50,000 miles of. It's something like that. I'm not sure, but we're getting into different forms of measurement, because I tell you, you've got some kind of a British accent, so you're probably used to the metric system, and I get that. I convert that stuff all the time. But all I'm getting at is that if we are moving in the manner in which we are moving, that star should not and could not stay in the same spot.
Okay, so yeah. So the issue that I've got is, if I came up to you and said, I've got a problem with the banana monkey that exists purely with bananas on the flat Earth. I need you to explain it to me. You'd be there like, there's no fucking banana monkey on the flat Earth. What are you on about? Oh, well, that's why the flat Earth is bullshit, is because the banana monkey can't sing in, perfect harmony with the birds on a morning. And that's the whole issue. You'd be there like, the fuck are you on about? Now,
exactly. I don't know anything about banana monkeys.
Yeah. So wait a minute. But my point is this. That's what you've come in and said to me. The heliocentric model says that the Earth falling around the sun, which is on the Sagittarian arm of the Milky Way galaxy, with the Milky Way galaxy, I don't know, doing a 12 billion year single rotation, the Polaris star will change over thousands of years, but not in my lifetime, which means now I can look back in history and say, actually, thousands of years ago, the North Star wasn't Polaris. Hang about, this kind of matches the heliocentric model. I didn't come in there and say, banana monkey. I looked at what it would be. So you're criticizing something that is not held within current science or a belief system of the heliocentric model. So I'm just going to say, you're right, it doesn't, because that's the prediction on a heliocentric model. So you're actually in agreement.
Hold, stop for just a second. Let me intervene here, okay? I see where you're going with this. But you've got to understand, if I can look down and let's say we use Google Earth, that's something we can all look at. It shows this globe and we zoom in on it and we can actually pretty much see where we are on this planet, right? Okay, and then, as we zoom out and we see the proverbial, globular ball there. So if I can see that and I can see where I'm at, and then I can even go farther out and here's Polaris. If I am moving in a approximately, 23.4 degree axis, spinning around in a circle, I can and I draw a line from that. Let's just draw my line of sight of where I'm looking at Polaris, and I'm spinning around across the entire Earth every day. That star is not going to be in the same spot every day. It's impossible.
Okay, cool.
Right. And I see where you're going with it. I need you to understand where I'm going.
No, I get it now. I absolutely get it now. So we're on about the rotation of a day. If we could have complete nighttime and you were on the equator looking at Polaris, you're saying because of that it should move. Now, how do you know?
Actually, no, it shouldn't move. We're moving around it, so we should see it in a different position in the sky.
Well, wait a minute. So we're talking about a rotation, like a single rotation. Now,
like that would be a day.
Yeah. So you're saying if you're, let's say you're in Florida or the Bahamas or Mexico or somewhere like that, and you're looking at Polaris, and we're rotating on that latitude.
180 degrees on a planetary level, and you're going to tell me every other star in the sky does change position except that one. The fact that one doesn't actually shows that's like north. That's the one spot. That's what everything is actually technically moving around. And
so
all the other stars move. So why wouldn't? That's what I'm saying. It's because it's not what you've been led to believe you are. I don't believe for 2 seconds that I'm floating out in space, because I'm not. This motion that I'm talking about, that we're supposedly moving, do you feel it? I mean, when you get in your car, can you not sit down in your car and feel it accelerate from 0
I can absolutely feel it accelerate. Yes. Wait a minute. Just so you know. Wait a minute. Got to do this. Just so you know, my car accelerates 0 to 60 in less than 3 fucking seconds, so I can really feel that. Just got to put that out there.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. I love it too. I love to go fast. I got a Corvette, so yeah.
Yeah. Now I slow down on the freeways and stuff like that, but off the lights, fuck me, that's good. But anyway, I can't stop doing it either, which is a pain. And it costs me so much in fucking tires annually. It's not even funny. But anyway, but the point here is, I'm going to bring up something for you. I'm going to put the stars in this little visual that I've got up here.
Okay, I'm looking.
And I'm going to take off. I've got to wait for them to load because it's actually a celestial star map, which is huge.
I'm seeing the screen, by the way.
Yeah. I've just got to wait for it to load. That's the problem. So again, the thing about making a statement like we should feel motion or anything like that, because we've gone from the North Star, which I'm going to answer now, to motion. But the thing about saying we feel motion is that's not my model. My model in current science, along with biology, is not that we should feel any motion whatsoever. So, but if the opposition to that is not saying, "Nuh-uh, you should," that's not a good opposition. What you should say is not just qualify it, but quantitatively explain it. So, just like the RPM problem, you should say something like, "Hey, human beings feel acceleration. Acceleration caused by the tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour with a radius of 6.4 million meters produces this as an acceleration, and this, even though it's opposing the down force, this is easily detectable by a human being." Right? And you showed then studies of, hey, there's human beings here, they can detect this magnitude of acceleration, which I think is something like 10 centimeters per second squared. But the thing is, when you look at those studies, there's no fucking way we'd ever be able to detect that acceleration caused by you being at the equator with the rotation of the Earth. None. When you look at biological studies, that's the problem. So just saying you should, yeah. But just saying you should isn't a strong enough reason to think, hey, we should. It's no.
But you got to admit, the point itself is very curious, because you and anyone else who's ever ridden or driven in a car or in a plane, or even gone down the hill on a sliding board. I mean, our bodies feel acceleration. Our bodies feel motion.
Acceleration, yeah.
When they feel and when we're not.
Yeah, so acceleration.
It's really hard to quantify the fact that when I'm standing, let's just say I walk up to my yard to check my mail, and I see a bird flying across my yard at some random, completely irrelevant direction. So based on the rotation of the Earth and all this motion we're in, that bird's moving approximately, I don't know, let's say 10 miles per hour, or maybe 14 kilometers per hour, whatever. And then you're going to add that along with all the other movement and rotation going on. You're telling me that in reality that bird's moving 1,114 kilometers per hour. I mean, I'm sorry, but if that's not true.
Okay, so question. Wait a minute. We've got to get some out of the way. If I kick a ball to you, how would you? Because you understand that we only feel acceleration, right? We don't feel constant velocity.
We feel acceleration, but we also feel motion. I mean, do you not know when you're traveling down the interstate at X miles per hour?
I won't be able to tell you the miles an hour now.
Or no, because you're British. I got you. Or kilometers per hour.
No, fuck it. Whoa. I'm not going to be disrespectful unless you get my fucking my unit of speed wrong. My God, my unit of my unit of speed is fucking miles per hour over it. It's only in Europe that it's kilometers per hour.
Gotcha. Okay. So, but I mean, can you not tell you're in motion?
If the motion was smooth enough, no. The only reason I tell I'm in motion is because of the what you call the perturbation of that motion. So going over bumps and stuff, I logically infer I'm in motion. But if with a blindfold on and the car every now and then someone hitting it with, hitting the tires with like baseball bats and things, making it feel like it's going along, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between that and actually traveling on a freeway. So the answer pedantically is yes, because of external and logic reasons, and it has to be inference. The actual answer is no, I wouldn't be able to tell.
And I'm going to go ahead and concede and agree with you on that point, because there's magnetic trains that say once you reach your
yeah.
It's virtually impossible because there's nothing there for you to hit, because it's based on a magnetic levitation that's not actually touching anything at all.
Yeah,
so
but here's a question though. Imagine this is a scenario, right? Imagine you've got a glass of water. Imagine you're on an aircraft with no fucking windows, right? It's just got no windows. You know that we've set off. You know that we've accelerated. We're up to cruising altitude. Now, this plane's special. It can do 1,140 miles an hour. It's a fucking cool plane. Let's say it's Concorde, but they've blocked out all the windows and stuff. So you can't see out. And there's a glass on the table as well. Tiny little glass of water. Now, what the pilot radios back to you and says, hey, I'm now going to start a turn of this aircraft. My turn is going to be 1/4 of a degree every minute. Yeah? So it's going to turn the orientation of the aircraft 1/4 of a degree every single minute. Now that's
You're going to see the horizontal level of that water change.
no, but wait a minute. The plane is going to do it by rudder alone. It's not going to change the ailerons on the wings. It's not going to orientate. It's going to be just turning slightly. It's going to remain level. You know, it can do that with just the rudder, right? It's not aerodynamically efficient, but you could do it. So
G-forces on that water are going to cause it. If it turns left, you're going to see one side of the water slosh, I guess, technically to the right as it turns left, as the force of the turn in acceleration happens. I mean, you're getting into like angular momentum now.
Yeah. So at 0.25 degrees per minute, what would happen to the water?
That's very subtle. That's very subtle.
Yeah.
That's a very subtle. Yeah.
Would you be able to look at the water and tell which way it'd go? What's your gut say?
5 degrees. You know, I really can't answer that question because I've never actually been on the plane. I've never actually. I mean, I can imagine it, but see, my imagination. I haven't flown enough to do things like that to truly give you like an actual intelligent answer.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Well, put it this way: would if let's throw the water out. Well, no, because there's no windows. Let's just move the water away. Let's tell you to shut your eyes, and then we're already turning. Yeah. So you've been dancing around. You don't know which way has been turning. You sit down. We're already turning either left or right at 0.25 degrees per minute. Would you be able to tell which direction we're turning?
Honestly, if I was sitting there in the plane, that would have to do. You say we're going about 1,000 miles per hour at a quarter degree. I could probably tell what direction. I honestly feel like that if we were turning that slightly, I don't know, but see, because you see, if is it going to be gradual? Is it going to be sudden? You've got wind shear that probably.
No. Yeah. Forget the wind. This is just a perfect, homogeneous, never seen before thing.
I'm going to guess that I could probably tell as we slowly turn. Yeah, I could probably tell that I could feel basically in the random direction that we were basically more or less pitching to the left or
no pitching. We're doing it with rudder alone.
Turning to the left. Yeah, basically adjusting the actual course. Yeah, I would think that I could probably feel that over a course of several minutes. Now, if there's no windows, of course you.
Whoa, wait a minute, just 2 seconds. The minutes make no difference. Having multiple minutes and is the same as 1 minute. The rate is still the same. 0.25 degrees over that minute. The next minute is still 0.25 degrees over that next minute.
I'm going to say that I probably couldn't. If it's 0.25 degrees over the course of 60 seconds, I'm going to guess that I probably could not tell. I'm going to guess that I probably could not tell, but because that's so minute. You're talking about a quarter of a degree per minute. You're talking about basically 1 degree per minute.
Yeah, got it. Get this. Well, 1 degree every 4 minutes. So, wait a minute, not this one. I'm going to just show you something. I think. Wait a minute, I've got an example here. Is it this one? So, it could be this one. Oh no, this isn't it. I'm getting lost now. I've got so many example files. It's not even funny. Yeah, I think it's this one. Right. Can you see this aircraft here?
Yes, I can.
Cool. So this aircraft, over the course of flying over Ireland, and this is a 787 Dreamliner. And by the way, it is flying at 1,010 miles an hour, and we can tell that by, hey, there it goes. If I catch up to it, there it goes. And off it goes again. I can't catch up to it anymore because it just buggers off in the distance.
Yeah, that's quick, yeah.
Yeah. This is actually a lot quicker than this fucking thing can fly as well, to be fair. But this thing is making a slight turn.
Okay.
So just for everybody in the audience, because you've already said that you won't be able to tell, this is turning at 0.25 degrees every minute. You cannot, if I left this running, and if I even sped it up, actually, you can't tell that that's happening. It looks like a straight line because it's so gradual. Yeah. And if you're inside it, the acceleration produced by that would be less than 10 centimeters per second squared acceleration, which is incapable of a human being able to detect, even laterally, which is our best range. It's our best range of being able to detect it is left to right, because that's how our balance and inner ear work, and that's how we can detect acceleration. But there's no way. Now that is the acceleration produced by you standing at the equator on a spinning planet the size of the Earth.
Right. Yeah, sure.
Except the difference here is this is actually in the best axes to detect acceleration, which is left and right, horizontal. At the equator, we have to take this vector and say, well, actually, it's upwards. Centripetal force creates an upward tangent. So we've got weight pushing us down and a 1% reduction in our weight because of that 10 centimeters per second squared. So we won't...
Forces that would create on the human body as it's accelerating. I mean, they're... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I meant there's zero G-force. There's 0.0000001 G produced by that acceleration at the equator or this lateral acceleration in this plane, because both are equivalent. You can't detect it in the plane. You cannot detect it on the equator stood on the ground. Now, to your second point, and you can think about this a little bit and get back to me on if you want, but your second point of about motion stuff. The motion, we've got something called conservation of momentum. You know what that is, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so if an object, and Newton's laws of motion, so an object in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by another force, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why when you drop a feather and a rock off of a roof, technically according to that theory of that theory, they should follow but they don't, because wind and weight or whatever. But when you put those two items in a vacuum, like kind of like they do fall and move at the exact same point in time, because they're the idea of weight and the idea of wind resistance are no longer variables in that, which therefore make that theory very provable.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So the thing there is, when you said you mentioned something else about an aircraft, I'm just mentioning it now because it's an aircraft up on screen. So an aircraft taking off from the surface of the Earth has inherited its motion. The only forces against it are the actual atmosphere, and the atmosphere is already turning with the Earth. But the atmosphere and wind is a lot stronger than the centripetal force, even if this thing was on the ground traveling north-south. So there's a bit of an issue in saying they should land sooner or not, because if we look at a very local example, right? Wait a minute, this has failed. Let me just bring it up again. Thank you, Windows. There we go. So here's an interesting example. Do you know the atmosphere is a fluid, right? Just it's a standard fluid. Now, it's no different to a liquid, except density is the difference. So this liquid here is conforming to the forces that are within it. Now, if we put fish in that fish tank and it's spinning, and this is really spinning, by the way, the forces inside this fish tank are such an order of magnitude greater than what we would expect to feel on a rotating planet. It's not even funny. But if we put fish in this fish tank and did the same thing, do you think it would be harder for them to swim around towards different edges if that starts rotating and being really quick at rotating? Because at some point, what now happens... Wait a minute, listen to this. Okay. Now, at a moment, let's slow it down. Fish are swimming around independent of that. There's still vortices that form in that liquid due to the fish swimming around and stuff, but they're not all flung to the outside. And there's some that are just sat here doing nothing and just staying there. It's only their inertia is in the swim that way, swimming backwards or forwards. It's not hard for them because all of this liquid is actually spinning with the fish tank. That's it. So swimming from one side to the other does not make a difference. This is no different to the atmosphere on the planet Earth. If the heliocentric model is true. So a plane taking off and landing has no bearing. The physics say that's fine. The heliocentric model say that's fine. It's only flat earthers that think that's not fine. And then on to your first point. Here we've got a night sky, and I don't know where I put this. Wait a minute. Where is the observer? The observer is... Oh, the observer's in the United Kingdom. There you go. Oh, no, it's not. The observer's in Menorca, the Balearic Islands, just near Spain. And what we're doing is we're looking up at the North Star, and this is the rotation of 1 year. Do you see how all of it is rotating, but the North Star, which is in the center, which is about here, isn't actually rotating? That's what we would expect. Well, it is rotating. It's just staying in a relative position. That's actually what we expect on a globe. Now, the reason why it doesn't have any sort of like oscillation or perturbation, and why the stars follow the same, all parallax, yeah, and why the stars follow the same arc predominantly is because of the distance. Now, remember what I said about RPMs. What you could say is, well, if a star is supposed to be 400 light years away, or 5 light years away, and I've moved a difference of distance based on the rotation of the Earth of 12,000 miles, then it should have moved 0.0000000000000000000000001 degree. And I don't see that. That is a quantitative statement about that. So based on the distance to the stars, no one thinks that Polaris should do that. Now, over time, the North Star changes, but not due to our position spiraling around the Sagittarian arm in the Milky Way. It's because of a I think it's 42,000 year cycle of oscillation of the axes of rotation of the Earth, not because of anything else. So even though there might be slight stellar precession that we can measure, or better people than I can measure, the point is no one expects this to be the case. And when you work out all the distances, everything rings true to current science and the heliocentric model.
Right, okay, I hear what you're saying there. But why is it that what you're showing me is true about everywhere else on any continent? See, I can understand. No, you said you were in Spain, right? So
No. Sorry, no. I'm in the UK. This observer This observer is in Spain. I can put it anywhere though.
Do that same math. Do that same math in say Malta, which is like the very bottom of South America.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Not to correct you, but Malta. Yeah, Malta is actually here in the Mediterranean. Just saying.
Sorry, okay. Sorry, you're right. I'm not a geologist either, but yeah, just say the tip of South America, or even there in the Mediterranean. See, that's where this problem comes in, because like based on you're actually rotating less the farther away from the equator you get. You're actually you're rotating less based on size of something.
No. Rotation we deal in degrees. I am always rotating 360 degrees, no matter where I am.
But we have an axis, and we have a 23.4. I think it's a 23.
So the rotation of the heavens is around the axis of the Earth. That's it. Nothing else. Just the axis of the Earth. So we can cancel out the axis and now just go with the word rotation. The rotation of the stars are independent to latitude. Every single person on this ball rotates 360 degrees in a single solar day.
Right.
No matter where they are. Yeah.
Exactly.
And it's predictable. Now, here's the thing. Do you think that the planet, as in planet Earth, do you think that it would work so well if it was false? Like, would I on this planet here that just simply rotates? Do you think, based on axial relationship and placing an observer? Sorry, what state are you in? I don't mean Cam. Yeah, I don't mean Cam. I mean actual.
I'm in the state of North Carolina.
Is that central west? Central west a little bit.
That's I'm basically on the east coast of.
Oh right, okay.
The North American continent. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually I'm actually kind of between New York and Florida, kind of almost in the middle. So.
Okay, got you. Right, so I'll just place it about here, kind of. Right, so there we go. So I've just placed an observer on a rotating space ball that's chasing a very distant star. I will set this to be tomorrow's date or thereabouts. What are we, 16th of March? So, oh yeah, it's actually in the middle, so 16th of March-ish. There we go. That was easy. So, based on an observer being north of Florida and North Carolina, if we go have a look at what an observer would see for your daytime tomorrow, yeah, what we'd have is this. The sun is going to rise about 6, 7, 8 degrees, in between 7 and 8 degrees south of east. it's going to come up to a solar noon of about, oh, fuck me, wait a minute, 10, 20, 30, 40. I should put numbers on these, 45. It's going to come up to about 48, 49 degrees, and then obviously come back down and be about 7 or 8 degrees south of west. Now, that, yeah, that sun there is stationary. It's 93 million miles away. And all I did to get this prediction is place you on this big rotating sphere. This camera here is on this sphere, and the only thing that happens is I rotate the sphere. That's it. Now, that will match your day tomorrow perfectly. But guess what? The weird thing is, it will match everybody's day tomorrow simultaneously from anywhere just by me placing it there and rotating a ball. How weird is that? Do you want to see the prediction for flat Earth?
Do you have it?
Well, it's not hard to work out. People that would have you believe that a flat Earth model is wrong, is not in existence, they're just being lazy. Because you can determine a flat Earth model incredibly easy, independent to distances and of things. Now, I use an observer here, and let's put them in North Carolina, but I don't need to know that North Carolina exists. I absolutely don't. All I need to know, all I need to know is that the Tropic of Cancer exists, and the equator exists, and you're X amount of miles from it, or that Polaris exists and you're X amount of degrees from it. And I've got a lot that I can go on there. Now, at the moment where the sun is just off the equinox, now what it should look like to you in your sky over a 24-hour period is this. That's a flat Earth sun. Now, you might think, well, that doesn't set. Well, yeah, that's a big problem for flat Earth. They like to get around it with made-up stuff. Now, the interesting thing here is as well, it doesn't, you see the size change when it's far away, close, far away, close. It doesn't do that either. So there's quite a few problems here. Now, some people will say, hey, you know, well, that
gets into perspective. That gets in perspective because according to the flat Earth model, basically when the sun basically moves in a spiraling inward and outward circle.
Yeah. So here we go. Look, check this. Check this. These are all possible positions for a flat Earth sun between both tropics and on the equator from 10 to 10,000 miles high. None of these match anybody's observations ever, except with one caveat. If you're at the North Pole, then they would match. But one of these would. Except anywhere else other than the North Pole, a significant distance from it, none of them match anybody's reality ever. And do you want to see how much it really doesn't match? Are you interested?
I'm interested. The only problem is that I'm kind of in a situation now where I have to leave.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to follow you. I just followed you, okay?
Yeah, cool.
And hopefully you and I can continue this conversation again.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this was going to, I thought this was going to last about 15 or 20 minutes. I'm glad it didn't. I enjoy a good debate.
Yeah.
It's not infused with any kind of, angry emotions or anything like that. Because
so do I.
I'm purely into the data. The data is, I work as a draftsman. So I sit around and create blueprints. That's all I do. I'm, and the proverbial devil's in the details. So either way, I followed you, and I will hop back on here sometime later. And I enjoyed the talk.
Awesome. Yeah, you too. Have a good day.
You too. Bye bye.
And is this the first time you've ever visited my live? This is interesting.
Yeah, I figured I'd come by and say what's up.
Yeah. There's certain flat earthers that I don't mind. You're one of them. Just saying. But do you want to try and answer the flat Earth conundrum? Oh, I've shown you this before, haven't I? The Australia problem. I showed you on Level Devils. I think. Did I?
I think so. Yeah, but go ahead and show me again.
I don't expect you to come up with an answer to it, to be fair. So basically, the flat Earth problem of the Australia is quite simply that on the 21st of December in Brisbane, Australia, the red arrow, we're being the closest to the Tropic of Capricorn that it can be, you have a day length of 13 and a half hours. And then if you go further south, further away from that tropic and further away from how close the sun can ever be to you, your day increased to 15 hours. And then if you go further south, you can get to an 18-hour day about here if you watch a show called Whale Wars. So the problem here is the further you get away from a flat Earth sun, the longer the day gets. That's a bit weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's weird for sure.
I've never heard a flat Earth explanation for it.
Well, there's some stuff out there, but like it's so bizarre, I don't like to really try to get into it. I mean, listen, there's definitely problems for the flat Earth, but there's also problems for the globe Earth, right? Like earlier you were talking to that guy about, the fish tank example.
Oh,
and
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and that's, listen, that's absurd, right? Because the water in the fish tank isn't really moving; it's contained within the tank. Whereas the oceans of the earth are themselves moving in a single direction, right? Like they're not in a physical container.
Oh, wait a minute. They're not, the oceans of the earth are not what I would say in a definitive direction. My God, if they were, I'd be screwed where I am.
I'm sorry. Is the earth rotating? Is the earth and all of its bodies rotating in a single direction or not?
No, the earth is rotating, but the vectored path of the oceans, if it were uniform with the rotation of the earth, I'd be an icicle right now. Luckily that's not the case, and I'm not an icicle. I'm on the same latitude as Siberia.
Well, so, you're literally going on record here and saying that the oceans traveling upon the earth and with the earth are not rotating in a single direction.
Predominantly they are, but not in the rotation of the earth. Like my climate here, the North Atlantic current, it goes from the Gulf of Mexico through all of the Caribbean, up the east coast of the United States, then comes across a northern latitude and slightly dips down before hitting my country. And I'm thankful for that, because without that, I'd be frozen. I really would.
Well, listen, Stingray, what you're saying is in of itself a problem, right? Because you're saying that, listen, what you're saying is that yes, they're turning in with the rotation of the earth, but they're also moving independently of it. Like you're trying to have, which that is like, physically doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Like I know that people can say that in a river there can be slight currents and things that will move against the overall current of the river, but not in any like meaningful way. And I'm just saying, hang on. My whole thing is that, look, as soon as you claim that there's a body in motion, right, in a perpetual motion, that has to constitute some kind of current and force, right? And like we don't observe that in any way, in any meaningful way.
Okay, so just consider this 2 seconds. So in here we've got water; it's a fluid. So we can actually predict fluid dynamics using Navier-Stokes equations. A very, very French fucking genius. That now the calculations that he tracked out allow us to simulate this as well to such a degree. It's fucking phenomenal. Now, you're right. This is contained. But even if this wasn't contained, like with physical barriers like this, and let's say this was just iron filings that some metal fish could swim through, but those iron filings using magnetism were attracted to the center of a ball. That's no different, because that ball rotating, those iron filings, because of the frictional forces, the molecular frictional forces, will all rotate with that ball, and those metal fish can still swim through the iron filings. Now, and that's no different to gravity. And wait a minute, listen, that's no different to gravity in this fluid. Now, the difference with the currents and things is that the tidal drags create more fluidity in the oceans than the centripetal force. So tidal drag from the moon and the sun, along with temperature differentials, can create and storms, along with wind on the surface as well, can absolutely play havoc with the fluid that is the ocean. So, but even if I granted you every single point, Flat Earth, even if I fucking granted every single one of them, you still have to say, therefore the Earth is not a globe, and that's inference. Or you have to say, therefore the Earth is flat, and that's inference. What I look for is definitives. Yeah, something where there's not a suggestion between two things. There's a direct link and causality. So an example there would be, on a flat Earth, Brisbane, if distance is responsible for sunsets on a flat Earth, considering the sun never goes below the plane of the flat Earth, then the definitive statement here is Brisbane will always have a longer day than Hobart, and that's just false. So we've just falsified the statement. So on a globe, I can make a statement that is true just based on a prediction of the geometry. There's no need to suggest anything there. I can say, if Earth globe, 6.4 millimeters, 23.48 degree axial tilt, 93 million mile away sun, all of these locations on these certain days, this is the prediction of the exact path of the sun through the sky. Oh my God, it matches. That's not causality. That's not saying, oh, I'm looking at something and then creating an interpretation. That's saying, because it should be this, then this is what we should see. And when we go out, we see that. So it's that direct connection. It's not suggestive. It's not subjective.
Right. I mean, listen, yeah, I mean, I would agree with you that, in terms of the sun, right, and how it moves, some of that doesn't make sense on a flat Earth in any conventional way that we understand it now. Now, you could reach out for some fantastical explanations, but do I have any proof of those? No, so I'm not even going to.
No, that's cool. Let's go.
I'm just saying that. Yeah, you can point out how stuff doesn't work on the model the flat Earth model that we have right now. But I can point out things that don't work, that don't make any sense whatsoever.
Whoa. Okay. Can we get a distinction down here? On one hand, we've got saying don't work, and then on another hand, we've got don't make any sense. Okay. Those two are very different to me. Okay. Very different.
Okay. Again, I just explained to you that you're claiming motions of physical body. Like, again, you said wind earlier. What do you think wind is? Wind is a wave of gas impacting against you, right? And you're saying, but you would argue that the entire body of the entire same body of that gas is rotating without constituting any force at all, right? So we observe motion of the atmosphere, and we observe the forces that creates. And so the idea that you can somehow just claim a motion for its entire body to use your phrasing, it doesn't work. It literally physically doesn't work, right?
I've not made any claims about that. What I said was I said was the atmosphere is a fluid. In the fluid, we work out frictional forces, viscosity. We can work out how much of that fluid is going to be affected by frictional forces on a body that's in there. Yeah, we absolutely can do that. Now, when we do that, and when we put it on a globe, it all just works. Now, but wait a minute. The rotation of it, we can near enough cancel out, because when we talk about wind, it's temperature differentials that cause the most amount of force imparted by wind. That's it.
Well, I mean, that's what creates weather. Yes.
Yes.
But weather is quite literally the state of the atmosphere. That's literally the definition of it.
Let me get to this. Wait a minute. Let's go with your claim 2 seconds, because you're trying to invalidate the globe, which is interesting. And I don't mind that at all, by the way. I fucking love someone trying to invalidate the globe. So what we're saying here is we've got this lovely curving surface. And if there's gravitational forces pulling everything towards the center of it, right? What you're saying is if you put a fish tank on the top of here, the water's going to be trying to go down. But when this is going to rotate, something's going to happen to that water or something. It's just going to fling out or something. Is that it or not?
No,
okay.
Listen, all I was saying was that as soon as you set a body in motion, it constitutes some kind of force. Now, you guys would say, but when you're in a car, when you're in an airplane, you're moving and there's no forces. Well, you're not moving. I mean, you're in. Once you put things inside of a body, gas, air, people, whatever. You've created another atmosphere, right? But the topic of the conversation is not what's happening inside the airplane. What matters here, what's of consequence, is what is happening outside the airplane and to the airplane.
Yeah,
Right?
no,
Like
I agree with that. I agree with that. Absolutely.
So I mean, listen, if we observe the consequences, we observe air resistance as the consequence, the physical consequence of any and all motion in the atmosphere and of the atmosphere. And so, listen, this is just one of my strongest hangups with all this, right? Like, one of my biggest problems is the idea that the Earth is rotating, because there's no proof of that at all whatsoever, apart from observing the motion of celestial motion.
Wait a minute, just really quickly. When you say there's no proof, what do you mean by just so that I'm aware? I'm not trying to catch you out. It's just so that I'm aware. What's the difference between proof and evidence?
Well, I mean, that's a deep thing, actually. I mean, the very simple way I would describe it is consequence, right? If I so not like simply an idea, but a literal physical consequence, right? So that's proof. Like if I'm like, hey, if you hold your hand over this flame, it's going to burn you. You do it, you now have the proof of that, right? Like,
okay,
yeah. I mean, that's just it's.
So what's evidence then? So what would evidence be? Because wouldn't that be also evidence?
Well, yeah, but the physical consequence of it would constitute proof, in my opinion, right? Like,
okay, cool.
It's like this is like semantics. This is like opening a can of semantics.
Oh no! Whoa! So all I was in. Well, the thing is, everybody may have different sort of like meanings for words or how they're using them. I just like clarification. It's not that I'm trying to say you're wrong. It's when I'm asking you for what you mean, you can't be wrong. You can only tell me what you mean. So it's not like, oh no, that's wrong. It's like, no, that's what you mean. Now I know.
There is such a thing as proof. That's what I would say.
Yeah. So you would define proof as a physical consequence of a postulation or hypothesis that turns out to be true. That would be proof. Got you. Yeah. So, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that definition. I could use that. So if the Earth is rotating, what would we expect to see, or how would we get that definitive proof, do you think?
I mean, if all the bodies of the Earth were rotating, the physical consequences of that would be, a part of our everyday lives. We would know because of the consequences of that motion that it is rotating, and we would have to account for that in everything that we do, just as we do now. Like,
you have to wait a minute. You could. No, I don't mean to interrupt. I don't mean to interrupt you. But you just said, I asked you what the consequence was and how we'd measure it, and then you mentioned consequence 3 times while explaining. I'm saying directly, what could we do? Don't use consequence. What could we measure? What would you expect to measure? Yeah, go for it.
You could literally measure.
Yep.
The forces of the atmosphere's rotation.
Well, it's not the atmosphere, but the ground, right? It's the ground. But the ground.
In regards to our own independent motion inside it.
Okay, cool. So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So I want to measure if the planet's rotating, first of all. How would I do that? How would I determine whether it's rotating or not?
You would, I mean, the consequence of that would immediately, be transferred onto you in regards to your own motion, right? Whether you're traveling with that rotation or against it.
So question, how would we measure that?
The same way we measure wind and the same way we measure wind, right? Wind is atmospheric motion, and it's a temporary current of gas.
But let's forget the atmosphere for 2 seconds. We're trying to figure out where the ground is rotating when we're on it. So how would we do that?
The same thing would apply to water and the landscape, right? There would be, so for example, landing a plane in different directions, to the Earth's rotation would have to be taken into account.
Do you know what? Whoa, wait a minute. Do you know what? No. Sorry, stop. Do you know what inference is? I'm not interested in inference. Inference is where you say because of this, then maybe that, but there's no direct cause.
I'm not saying maybe. Now, I'm saying there is. I'm saying for sure. I'm making a definitive statement that yes, if the Earth was rotating, you would observe that in a plethora of ways, right? 100%.
But the problem is, you're now criticizing a belief system that I do not hold and current science doesn't hold. Current science deals with Newton's laws of motion along with conservation of momentum. So absent an atmosphere, which would actually, the wind and air currents through temperature differentials are a lot harsher than the rotation of the supposed planet. But you're now inventing a model that I don't hold to be true, asking me to explain it. So all I'm saying is...
You're doing the same thing.
Wait a minute. So all I'm saying is, if I'm on a rotating body, how do I measure it? I don't want cause and effect. Well, if you're rotating and you moved outside the atmosphere and tried hitting the same spot again, you'd have to change. I'm not interested. How would I measure this rotation on the ground, from the ground, using the ground? Is there a way?
So from the ground, in your constructed argument here,
yeah,
you're tying me down in. So I can't leave the ground, right? Is that what you're saying? So from the ground. So listen, from the ground. Well, no. So you would measure that by traveling, by the forces exerted onto you by moving against that rotation. Right?
Okay, right, got you. No, we're there. Got you. So I can measure the fact that this rotation or being on it, the tangential velocity is going to produce an acceleration in a certain direction, right? I can measure that. Got you. I'm on board with you on how we can measure this right now. Totally on board with you. So let's move to a place on the equator. Because we want to get the biggest magnitude of this, right? We want to be able to get the highest effect to be able to measure. Because it's going to be more on the supposed sphere on the equator, right? So now, if we're on the equator in South America, what would we expect to see? Let's come up with a hypothesis on if we're on a big rotating sphere with a tangential velocity of over 1,000 miles an hour with a radius of 6.4 million meters, would we be able to work out from that what we would be looking for and what direction that force would be?
Listen, I'm going to have to make a confession here. I was in the chat and didn't hear the second half of that. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
I forgive you because you do actually sound like Dr. Phil, so that's fine. So we're now in South America at the equator on this big spinning space ball, this make-believe space ball, and we want to be able to predict what would happen based on being on a rotating space ball. Doing 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity at the equator. We want to be able to get a vector, a force vector, which would include a direction and a magnitude, because we need to determine this force that we would feel, right? So do you think there's a way that we could calculate this force that we would feel on the equator with it spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at a radius of 6.4 millimeters?
Okay, so if everything's traveling together, the reference frame thing makes sense. But as soon as you break that reference frame, which would be traveling in a different direction, then it would be very measurable, right? In other words, no, hang on a second. So like this whole reference frame that it makes sense until you start until you start moving in ways that outside of that, right? Like which we can do, which would be measurable, and which we cannot measure because they don't exist, Stingray.
Okay, cool. But back to my question. I'm now stood on the ground in South America, in the northern part here. It looks like Cambodia. Fuck me. Yeah. So I've just discovered this underground drug lab, but I managed to get up on a hilltop, and there we go. Now I want to measure the force that's imparted by the spinning of this big rotating imaginary space ball. What I actually need to derive from calculations is a vector and a magnitude. We call it a force vector. How would I do that? and can I calculate it based on the radius and the supposed tangential velocity on that radius?
Well, listen, I mean, I already told you how I would see it and what I would expect. But like, I'm not sure what you're trying to draw out of me here. Like, I don't know how to explain this in terms that you want. Right?
No, sorry. So what I'm actually on about is, can we measure the force of a supposed rotation on a supposed ball from standing on the ground? We would be able to do that, right?
I already answered you on that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what is the acceleration? And I've already worked it out. Or I could work it out again if you wanted. But what's the acceleration that you think we should feel being stood on the equator? And what direction do you think it would be if we were on a globe, right? If we're on a globe.
Listen, so there, it's a constant speed, so you wouldn't feel any.
No. Incorrect. We would feel an acceleration. And the reason why we'd feel an acceleration is because it's not a constant direction. So we're going around the equator in an arc. Yeah.
That's what I just said.
Yeah. So we can work out the acceleration that we'd expect to feel with this, right?
Right.
Yeah, right. So this turns out at about 10 centimeters per second squared, or thereabouts, I think, if I remember correctly. So that's the acceleration. That's actually outside human detection. And the force vector of that acceleration, guess what? It's straight up, perpendicular to the horizontal. So we are feeling a 10 centimeter squared acceleration upwards while being at the equator. Now, that's insignificant for a human being to detect, but not for instruments, right? Now, if this were true, do you think there'd be some historical evidence of people having to account for this? Let's say, I don't know, precious metal trading, for example. Do you think gold would have a different value measured against measured against different scales at different latitudes, right?
And that's not the case. That's what I'm saying. That we would. I already said in the beginning.
That's not the case. Awesome.
Right. I already said in the beginning that these forces would have to be taken into account, and they're not, which is a problem.
Okay. Cool. So you're saying that precious metal trading hasn't ever dealt with centripetal force, right? Right. What happens if it has? Just out of interest.
Well, I mean, I would, obviously be very interested in an example of that.
What about if I told you that not only has it, and you can find it in Portuguese reference documents, which I'll find for you, but what about if I tell you there's 20 or 30 videos, including one by Bob the Science Guy, that traveled. Wait a minute. Listen, you know what zeroing scales are, right? Or tearing scales. It depends what you mean. But traveled south, weighing a fixed weight with zeroed scales and getting a different reading based on the latitude, which corresponds to the tangential velocity and the acceleration that you derive based on the latitude. Now, all of these things, and I'll find I'll DM you the precious metal trading thing. All of these things point to the fact that this is known, accounted for, used, and is measurable today. Have you tried it?
Have I tried what?
Measuring a weight with torn scales at a certain location and then remeasuring it at different latitudes to see if it weighs different.
No, I haven't tried that. No.
Okay, so let's try something else. Do you know what INS?
No, not off the top of my head.
Basically, let me get this up. Basically, it's one of these things. Inertial navigation system, right? These are awesome. So back before the days of GPS, right?
Hang on a second. Hang on. I just want to point out to the audience that we need what he's showing there to know that the Earth is rotating. Amazing.
No, we don't. So you don't actually need this. You just need a scale. I just told you that. So the thing about this system is this was before GPS was invented. An inertial navigation system on the runway, you spun this thing up, it orientated, and that gave you your position. And you zeroed your position, or the spin up, the orientation, zeroed your position, and then based on flying around a globe, this thing would stay fixed in space, and the offset give you your location. That's cool, right? Things like this,
Very cool.
things like this wouldn't exist and wouldn't have been used if there isn't curvature. Now, we do have to infer motion from that, but we can infer motion from the fact that we're having to fly around a sphere anyway, and the fact that, well, you have to weigh differently, and the fact that you can use a ring laser gyro to measure 15 degrees per hour, and the fact that there's ancient metal trading that happened on different latitudes that had to account for this. Otherwise, people could just make a shit ton of money, albeit by like 1% of weight reduction, which isn't a lot, but it'd still be worth it in like metric tons of gold. So you can do all of this, coupled with the fact that this thing can't be invalidated from observations from the ground of the sun, and that a flat Earth can never be substantiated with any observations and logically is inconsistent.
Let's try something very, very simple, right, for the audience. Okay, so I want you to explain, the best you can in a very simple way, so everyone here can understand why we can't hover in a helicopter and observe the Earth turning beneath us. Now, explain why that happens, what force is preventing that from happening. Go.
Okay, so wind is by far one of the most influential elements of any kind of flight. If we ignore wind for 2 seconds, let's ignore it, being the fact that we don't give a shit about air currents or anything like that. Let me get this up. There we go. So, what we have is a surface that's rotating. We can see that this surface is rotating. It absolutely rotates. On this surface, we've got a block. This block, I can add an upward force to it. This block will leave this and leave with the inherited motion of this block. So let's have a look at what that looks like. So down here on this rotation, it moves with the inherited motion of that. It's not detached from it. It's an inertial reference of which it inherited the motion. So just like you on a spinning merry-go-round, when you jump, you inherit the tangential velocity at that time. You may jump straight up, but you'll fucking fly off because you're inheriting that motion. You are fixed to it. So now when this goes up, it goes straight up and then straight down and lands back where it took off because it inherited the motion. Now, what does that look like when you're on the surface? That. Go up and down in the same place. That's it. But you're inheriting that motion. It is called the conservation of momentum. And using Newton's laws of motion, and the most important one being, in this case is, an object in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by a force. This was already in motion on a rotating body. We added another motion upwards, but the rotation on that body never ended. Now, wait a minute. The force of gravity, which is below it, brings it back down.
Okay.
Go for it.
Here's the problem, Stingray. Listen, and this almost makes sense when you paint this this big picture, right? It almost makes sense.
Almost.
The problem is that force that we are that you claim that we're inheriting is unmeasurable. It's imperceivable. It's unmeasurable. We're not aware of it in any way. And also, I could go even further. I could say, okay, well then why can't we take off and slowly, in that helicopter and slowly backtrack and watch the Earth, right? Because then you're taking away that initial force. And so, listen, the bottom line is that this stuff cannot be observed or measured or demonstrated in any way. You can just paint this picture of how it all works, and it may, but it's not real, bro. It's literally not real, okay? In physical, observable reality, what you're claiming here cannot be observed, okay? So that's just literal facts, bro. It's literal facts.
So what you're saying is none of this can be observed except by all the other mechanisms of ring laser gyro, the weight differentials, tearing scales moving on different latitudes, all of that kind of stuff.
I'm not going to totally deny that stuff. Because
okay, cool. Good.
Right.
Because that would be weird if you did, to be fair.
Right. I try to be fair. I'm just saying that when it comes to actually observing this stuff, you can't. Okay, you literally can't.
Okay, cool. So wait a minute. If I take the premise that we can observe this, let's say I go along with your train of thought, right? We just can't observe this. We can't calculate it. We can't do anything. Just throw the fucking stuff out. Absolutely gone. Right. I've now got a fresh mind. I asked this question to every flat earther. Oh, by the way, you should answer my sundial's question as well at some point because that's hilarious. But here's the thing. Can you give me one truth about the beautiful, flat, non-rotating, water always finds its level Earth that I can use within reality and I can also verify that is exclusive to a flat Earth?
Yeah, it's motionless.
So so how would I determine whether it's motionless or not?
I mean, I think that's pretty obvious outside of like some contraption that you can put together to.
So wait a minute. Wait a minute. How does a motionless flat Earth give me a prediction of flatness?
Right. So that's a fair point.
Okay, cool.
You know, these issues are related, but they're not the same.
Yeah. So can you give me a truth of flat Earth? The key is in the word flat Earth. There you go.
Yeah. Like literally my name. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my example of that would be that we do not perceive any curvature whatsoever.
Whoa. What's curvature got to do with flat Earth?
What? What?
What's curvature got to do with flat Earth?
If there's no curvature, the logical conclusion would be that it's flat.
But what's that got to do with the prediction? So you're saying if I don't see wait a minute. If I don't see curve, it's flat. That's inference. Can you give me wait a minute. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Do you think you believe the globe is a lie? Yes, and curvature is a lie, gravity is a lie, globe is a lie.
So let me explain for your audience that probably doesn't know me. I think that it's I think that if you had to break it down into chances or odds or something like that, I would say that it's probably a globe, right? But I think that it's such an important issue that we can be unreasonable in the proof of that we're demanding, right? I don't think that we can just go along with these very obscure evidence, these obscure measurements and stuff that we don't experience. I think that that's just my view on it, man. I think that in other words, it's probably a globe, right? I mean, it makes sense, but is it like totally definitive? No, I don't think it is. And so
that's fine. That means I don't think you're a real flat earther quite yet. You need to be a real flat earther.
No, I am a real flat earther. I think it's a very real possibility. Yes, completely legitimate possibility.
But why do you keep having to mention? So you're not saying the globe is a lie because it's a probability, but why are you having to mention the globe, something that flat Earth is not, to try and substantiate flat Earth? I don't say, hey, I don't see an edge, therefore it's not a cube, therefore it's a sphere. I don't say that. I don't say, oh, it's not this. If I came up to you and you got a house cat and I say, what's that? You will go, well, it's not a dog. That gets me no closer to what the hell that is.
No, you're playing games a little bit. You're playing games a little bit.
Okay, cool.
If we walk outside and we say, hey, what can we observe about the Earth to draw conclusions of its shape or there
we go. Meat and bones.
And we start looking at the Earth and observing it over distance, right? You would say, well, I think that first of all I would say that flat is like the baseline conclusion that anybody would draw.
Whoa. I reject that premise. I don't know I don't know is the only honest thing to say to start out with.
Well, yeah, of course you start with I don't know, but
cool.
Well, no, hang on. So you're saying that thinking it's a dog would be a more logical conclusion.
No. What are you saying? No. I'm saying We don't know. And now I want a definitive,
don't know.
positive.
We just don't know. No, we do. When we go outside, we would know. It's obviously, at least a plane of some kind. Now you could say, maybe you might be like, well, maybe it's bigger than that, bigger than we can imagine, and it's somehow something else. But anything we can observe ourselves, it would infer a flat Earth, right? Like, listen,
inference again, yes, suggestion, inference. I'm not bothered about inference or suggestions. I could say, because there's this little rock formation here, it looks like a donkey's ear, it's a big donkey. That's inference. I don't care about that. It's about what is objectively true and measurable.
It's objectively true that through our own observations, you can see nothing that would make you think that it is a globe.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Who's we in that scenario? Is that everybody? No. Is that everybody?
Bro. Is that me and you, bro?
Okay. Brilliant. So both of us. Yeah, got you. So the problem that I've got with that statement is when I look out over an ocean and I see a boat disappearing bottom up, that's the effects of curvature that I believe is in front of my eyes. Yeah. So
listen. So I can explain that right now for you and your audience, right?
Okay.
Yes. A curvature does explain that. Does that mean it's the only explanation? No, it's not. So again, I would say that it's very plausible that the apparent horizon, is literally just your field of vision. And when something travels beyond your field of vision, okay, you will be able to see the tallest part of it for beyond it, right?
So, okay. Let's just deal with that. When it goes, no. I just want clarification. You can stop me at any time if you want clarification for any sentence that I've just said. But the problem with conversations that break down is many people go on way too much and don't feel like they can interrupt and ask a question over it. Most of the time people interrupt to throw someone off. If you don't agree, or there's a point of contention about one sentence that I say and then I go off on a few others that are dependent on that, pull me up on it, because we're trying to find where we diverge, not who can say the most amount of sentences and that kind of thing. So
so right now we're talking about possible explanations for things appearing to disappear behind the horizon.
Yeah, but you said something very interesting there, but it's a planetary power. Why can I see the top of this ship and not the bottom?
Because it is the furthest distance away from the plane landscape of the Earth, which is what obstructs our vision primarily. In other words, the reason you can see an airplane for huge distances much farther than your horizon on the ground is because it is the ground itself that is obstructing your vision, right? Like over the distance, when you view things over a distance.
Mm-hmm.
And so, this makes sense to me. Is it the case? Listen, am I saying this is 100% the case? No, I'm not. I'm saying that it makes sense.
Yeah, right? So that's where we diverge. What you've just said makes no sense in the realms of what is demonstrable and explainable with cause.
What ways?
Yeah, so I'm going to explain that. So if you go on the premise, let's disregard, because you haven't mentioned atmosphere, you haven't mentioned refraction or any of that shit. Let's just disregard that. You're just saying distance and perspective, and I'm fine with that.
Right. That's fine.
Yeah. So can we agree that distance and perspective, if light leaves something and there's a straight line from that something to my eye, I can see it?
Yeah, absolutely. I know where you're going with this, by the way, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So let's figure out the mechanisms by which something that might not be the case, right? So a straight line to whatever it is, that light doesn't make it to my eye or the camera sensor, which means I can't see it. There's only going to be four primarily things, but let's throw out refraction and wavy messiness being one of them. Light attenuation is one, so it's too dim to see. We don't register it, but we can clearly see that's not the case here. Then the other thing is it's too small to see. Well, perspective is just double the distance, half the size. We can clearly see that the size of that pilot house, con tower, and chimney stack, which is a 1/10 of the size of the vessel. Well, we can clearly see that, but we can't see the 9/10 of the vessel. So that's out. And then the other is something's in front of it. But wait a minute, that looks interesting because the water here looks like it's in front of the boat, right? So it's the last one that's responsible for it here, correct?
Well, I mean, that's what it appears. Yes.
Yeah, it appears. Right. So here's another thing about perspective. Can you see? It's probably hard for you to see, but can you see this little person here? This is actually a person. They actually walk around as well, and they've got a little dog, by the way. And there's a dolphin here that fucking swims around every now and then, which I found amusing. But this little black line here is a person. This camera is stood on a tripod. Now, this creates a parallel line from this camera to this person that stood at about the horizon distance. I can see their feet on that horizon, that water line. They're actually on a sandbank, which comes out here, but it's over the horizon, much like the ship. So anyway, they're stood here. Now, if we draw a straight line across to this vessel, can you see that it intersects the pilot house of this vessel? Now, that's a bit weird because a 6-foot observer and a 6-foot subject should only ever intersect a 6-foot high position from the waterline on a boat. Yet this has said, no, I'm going to intersect the pilot house.
Well, listen, we all know that things, their angular size or whatever changes based on their distance. So something that is bigger but farther away will appear smaller than it actually is, right?
Absolutely. But the issue that we've got there is if, for instance, here, if I were to create this cube and I was to move this cube up to 6 foot, and then I was to grab this ship, can you see, wait a minute, let me make this the correct height because it's actually aligned with the red part. Can you see how this, and I'll zoom in a little bit, this box won't leave that red mark. The top of that box will not leave that red mark. The reason why is that red mark is exactly the same height as the observer, which is exactly the same height as the box. So things get smaller with distance, but can you see how that red line is staying level with this box that I just created?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so this is perspective, converging down to the top of this box, or that red line, and converging up, so the bottom of it converging up to that red line. It's fairly simple. Except that's not what we see here. What we see there is a boat going away and going down. Now that went down, which is a bit weird. And it matches the visual. You can see that logically these match, right?
Okay, right. But so the issue here is whether it's actually going down or is it simply appearing to go down, right? Like that's the issue here.
Yeah, so would you agree that if a geometric prediction of a vessel traveling along the water, going over a curving water surface, actually produces a pretty good prediction for what we see in this video?
Absolutely, bro.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cool. But your assertion is that's definitely not the case. It's something else.
My assertion is, as I've already explained, is that it's like, it's I'm not saying it's not the case. I'm just saying that other plausible explanations can be derived to explain it, right? Now, that's all I'm saying. That's what I'm doing, right? Until we're all in space holding hands and singing and along together, this discussion is not over, in my opinion.
Interesting. But so when you say there's other plausible explanations, what does an explanation need to be plausible, do you think? Let's define that just really quickly, just so that we can communicate on this a little bit better.
Again, it's plausible that the horizon is the limits of our field of vision, right? That seems very plausible to me. And when something travels beyond that, you will be able to see the tallest part of it beyond it, because it's taller, and how perspective works, you will be able to see the tallest point of anything for the longest period of time over distance.
Hello, Matrix. How are you?
Hey, Stingray, how you doing? Hey, Flat, how you doing, bud?
What's up, bro?
All right, so this is exactly the example I was telling you yesterday, that if you catch Stingray on the live to ask him, because we were having this exact discussion yesterday.
Oh, right, nice.
That at 32,000 feet up in the sky, which is over about 6 miles, we can see the entire plane, every bit of it. no shorter, smaller part, nothing is invisible, nothing is cut off. How does this happen to a ship that's just past 3 miles? So Dr. Flat Phil was having, the similar conversation where he probably thinks it's a globe, but he's not sold on it.
Right. I mean, listen, none of us have had such a profound experience of the globe to justify, 100% committal to its existence.
Wait a minute. Flat. You've seen my kitchen, right? Have I shown you my kitchen?
Yeah, I was over there the other day. We had a good sandwich. Fucking kitchen, bro.
No. I mean, I designed it on the globe, right? You've seen the kit. Have I shown you how I designed my kitchen on the globe?
Oh, what? No, I haven't seen that.
Oh my God, that's awesome. Okay, so
Gentlemen, I'm gonna jump off. If something comes up, I might hop back on, but I'm gonna let you continue.
Actually, no. Wait a minute, Matrix. Can you do me a big favor? I'm just gonna go and grab a coffee. Just talk to Flat for 2 seconds, and then I'll be back to show this. Yeah. Give me 5.
So I know, earlier on, we had over 1,000 people in here, but looking at 74,000 likes, man, you guys can do better, man. This guy's keeping you entertained for the last 5 hours. Let's get him up there on the For You page. Get some more people in there. All right, Flat Earth, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing good, bro. You doing good?
Yeah. Just I woke up kind of late today. I woke up at 10, and I've been on Stingray's live since then. It's about 1:36 right now, so.
I just figured I would hop by and see what all the fuss was about. I mean, I know Stingray, but I've never been in his live. I mean, it looks like he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about his models is that it's a purely geometric model. So there is no added stuff. There's no math that's doing any conversions and things like that. His globe model is just strictly geometry, something that's a light source, far away, Earth, tilted, spherical, at spins once a day or whatever. Similarly, the flat Earth doesn't really matter what the map actually looks like. We do know places exist. We do know that when we call it flat, whether it's larger or bigger, the equator is about 25,000 miles or 24,900 miles. So you can derive geometry off those basic concepts, and the sun would never set right on a flat Earth. But
well, I mean,
otherwise,
allegedly it would never set, right? There's reasons why, there's problems for saying that it could set on a flat Earth, but I don't think that it can be absolutely totally ruled out. In my opinion, no, I would disagree. I would say, and listen, I mean, I hate to always be straddling the fence with this stuff, but I mean, there's so much. I just don't want to deny things that make sense, and a lot of stuff about the globe does make sense. I mean, it's just that, but it's just that there are these other problems, and also the mountain of circumstantial evidence. And I would argue the circumstantial evidence, which is not really can't be debated in a factual way. I would say that the circumstantial evidence is pretty damning, but again, that's basically hearsay. I mean, you can't really use that for any factual argument, right? Because you can't make it. There's no way to prove it, right? But I mean, I think that there's definitely enough smoke here to look to start looking for a fire, and that's just what I'm doing, right? Go ahead.
I think before I jumped on here, Stingray asked you a question. It's what is that one damning evidence that would actually be the tiebreaker for you? And you said, us holding hands in space, and yeah. I think you meant to say singing Kumbaya.
Right. Yeah, no. I draw the line at big ass grown men holding hands. Period. To be fair, and singing. That's not a place I want to be most of the time. I'm not going to lie to you.
I mean, listen. If we were in the low Earth orbit plane, I mean, yeah, we would hold hands and be like, "Wow," and be overtaken with the majesty of the globe, right?
So we do have footage from space. From high altitude balloons, from airline pilots, from spy plane pilots, from private companies launching rockets up into space, from other space agencies landing their stuff on the moon and beyond, satellites in space. So we actually have that evidence. How is that evidence not good enough?
Because it's evidence and not experience. Okay, it's time for humanity to hold this stuff in their hands and not just read about it in a book and look at pictures. And listen, that may very well be the case soon, right? I mean, supposedly there will be, low Earth orbit flights available to the public in the near future, and that would be definitive, right? But we don't have it yet. None of us have ever seen a globe, and none of us have ever experienced motion, for that matter. Just absolutely baseline fact.
Yeah, because you don't feel constant motion, and we can talk about that more.
So listen, you don't feel constant motion until you're in the atmosphere, which offers wind resistance as the consequences of all motion.
No, you can get in a levitation. You can get in a levitated electromagnetic, rail machine, train in China or Japan, and you would not feel motion once
because you're inside a physical object protecting you from the consequences of its motion. Right? Like, what are we talking? You guys are smart enough to know this. Like, what's the matter with you?
Wait a minute. Whoa. If you mean the wind, right? That's all you're on about. You should have just said the wind, protecting you from the wind, right?
It's not. It's air resistance. It's not wind. It's a different kind of wind.
Right.
But it's air resistance.
Stingray showed an example of fish in a water tank.
But I already just completely debunked that. That is not.
I would like to hear how you debunked it, because I'm curious.
Because the water's not moving, it's not allowed to move. Okay, is the ocean, are the oceans in a fish tank? Now you could say, well, it's gravity, but you know what? Gravity is an idea, not a glass physical barrier. So there's I mean, there's some difference there, right?
Wait a minute. Let me just show you this. I want your comments on this. Wait a minute. Is Phil your real name, or are you just taking a bit saying it's Dr. Phil kind of thing?
We started calling
everybody.
Yeah, because of his draw, we started calling him Dr. Phil, so he actually added that.
Right.
Hey, let me jump off. I'll let you guys continue, and I'm gonna hang out.
Yeah, cool.
Bro. It's always good talking to you.
Right, so check this flat. Check this flat. I won't be on that much longer, actually, because I've just put pizza in the oven, and I'm going to spend some time with my daughter. But check this. This is my kitchen. I needed a layout for my kitchen, right? So what I did is, we don't get a lot of sunshine here in the United Kingdom, but when we do, it's in summer. So I put my house, modeled it on a globe at a very distant sun, casting parallel light rays, which then allowed me to have a look at what the sun will do through the passage of a day inside that room. Right? Can you see this?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Yeah. So this allowed me to lay out my kitchen perfectly. And all I'm doing here is getting light from a 93 million mile away sun and putting it through the windows of this house while being on a rotating space ball at the location that I am, the latitude, and with the direction of my house as well. And this matches pretty one-to-one. And the reason why, and someone rightly said, I didn't do this for Flat Earth, by the way. I did it because I actually wanted to design my kitchen without the fucking sun being in my face. But then later on I realized, hang about, that's using the globe to design my kitchen, and it works one-to-one perfectly. So then I decided to put it in here, but by then it was already winter, and I think it was about November, and a flat earther said, oh, well, show me that it matches then. And I couldn't, because I don't have sun now and all that kind of stuff in winter time. So what I had to do, and I think it was around November that they asked. So what I had to do then, are you ready, is I decided to build the outside of the street with a lamppost. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you actually watching?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay. So then what I decided to do is, using the exact same thing, I decided to see if it matches the predictions of a globe versus reality. So I'm going to set this to November the 11th or 13th. Near enough, it'll do. Now, what I've got here in the passage of a day is there's a very specific relationship here between that lamppost coming across the road, the shadow of that lamppost coming across the road. Now, that's predicted by my street being on a rotating sphere outside the front of my fucking house and it rotating, right? Yeah. So then I go and get video footage from the 13th of the 11th, where the sun comes out and shows me that lamppost going straight across the beautiful road in exactly the same way that the model predicts. Which is a bit weird for this just to match, right?
I mean, listen, yeah, I mean, I have already acknowledged, you know, that these predictions can be made on a globe.
Okay.
But is that definitive enough for us to, you know, is the movements of a shadow enough for us to define our entire existence by it? And I would say no.
No, it's
Right.
not. But it's not just that. Don't forget, it's the compounding stuff. It's not just that. But
No, I
just
mean, listen,
but just to
the
be fair,
body-
just to be fair, do you want to see my house on a flat Earth? So this is the same house on a flat Earth. Now, based on the passage, and this is midsummer, by the height of summer, based on the passage of the sun and the light and where it goes within the house, since no one can give me the position of a sun anytime in a flat Earth, because no one can just, you know, have a predictive thing to tell me the elevation and azimuth of the fucking sun. I'm fine with that. I'll trace it from the light that comes through my skylights. And guess what I get? It definitely throughout the day sits on this ring. Now, it could be 100 meters away. It could be 10,000 meters away. It could be 500 million meters away. It sits on this ring. It has to throughout the day. But the problem with this, though, Phil, is all of these rings that it sits on that would represent the sun on a flat Earth slam into the ground approximately 12 hours after emerging from the ground. Bit weird, right?
I mean, listen, yeah, I'm not even going to deny this stuff, right? I mean, first of all, you have way more knowledge about this stuff than I do. And also it's like a consensus and you can test it, right? I'm just saying that until I realize that you got to go, I got to go too, but in closing, I just want to say, until we as a people can see the earth as a globe and experience that, it's not over, right? Like, and again, maybe that'll be the case soon. Wait
a minute, Phil. I don't know what it is. I've seen trailers for it, actually. It's on Netflix. It could be the 3-body problem or something like that. It's a fucking trailer of a film where I'm saying this because I actually agree with what you say. Definitively a sphere. It could just look like a sphere and testable as a sphere in every single fucking thing that we've done so far. But wait a minute, but be actually something else. And I'm being serious because it's actually the plot of a film, I think, that's coming out. I actually think it is. I think it's the plot of a film that I should actually watch on Netflix. I forgot what the fuck it is now.
Well, I mean, you could be silly and say, well, maybe it's like, this computer program or some wild stuff like that. But no, there's strong. So, I would say it like this. There are very strong evidences of a globe, and there are,
Wait a minute. Have you seen that film, and have you just spoiled the fucking plot line for it?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I mean, I just want to say that, there are some very strong evidences for the globe, and then there's some not so strong evidences of the globe. There's some problems for the globe, and that's why we need the definitive experience.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Kung Glue.
All right, I just want one quick question, man. Actually, I just want you to do a little experiment for me. Then you can make me a globe believer. So, you ever heard about the true map size?
Oh, yeah, true size of, yeah.
Yeah. I want you to use that map of the actual sizes of continents and countries to do that whole experiment you did with the Australia again and show me and show the live, and I'll be a glober. Because I believe that all that is inaccurate because of the country sizes of the continents, if that makes sense. Everything you said.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
it's inaccurate because because the sizes of countries and continents are actually bigger and smaller than what they are.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't use that globe. That globe itself is false.
Mm-hmm.
The whole globe is false. So
Mm-hmm.
you can't use that. So use the actual globe sizes of the countries and continents, and then show me that experiment again, and then I'll be a glober.
I mean, I don't particularly want you to be a glober, but okay. So on the flat map here, just so you know, on the example that I showed, I think you're on about the Brisbane, Tasmania thing, right? That's what you're on about, right?
You was talking about the Australia and Tasmania. Yeah.
Yeah.
The map you showed me is still wrong. Even that
Okay.
flat map you showed me is still right.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. Calm down. Right. So, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the map off. Yeah. All I've done is taken the map off because I know it's triggering. So now I've just got a flat disk. It's a flat plane. Nothing more. 0. Yep. I'm going to put the tropics on this flat map. So here we go. These are the tropics. That's it. Nothing else. So the ground is flat. There are no continents, and we've got the Tropic of Capricorn. We've got the equator, and then we've got the Tropic of Cancer. These are just objectively true on the flat plane. No matter where you are, at some point in the year, 31st of December, in the case of the yellow one, you'll be stood underneath this ring. That's it. That's all we need. Now what we need to do is find locations that are close to this. Now what's amazing is Brisbane, that may or may not be in Australia, is about 2 degrees off of the Tropic of Cancer. Okay, cool. No, nothing required. No map required. 2 degrees off. Awesome. Okay, so wait a minute. I know you would, but let's just throw the map out because it's irrelevant to the point. So now, so wait a minute. So now we're in Brisbane, and we're very close to the Tropic of Capricorn, and we get 13 and a half hours. Yet when we move further south, we find another little village. Well, it's not a village, it's a town. After swimming across to another fucking thing, while still traveling south, we find a place that they call Hobart, which is a lot further away from where I first started out underneath the path of the sun, yet my day length increased. Do you see how the map is irrelevant?
No, I do not see how the map is irrelevant.
Okay.
The actual map size is on there.
So you don't understand that it doesn't matter whether Brisbane exists. I can get underneath the sun and I can go south, but my day increases, right? That's weird.
Okay, just show me the map, man. That's all I'm asking. Just show me that map. And I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
To a degree. I say to a degree. I can't say fully. But I'd rather you just show me that. You know, I just want to see the image of it. Than rather you explain it. Because I'm not all into the super science words and all that, you know, high degrees and all that. I'm not with all that. I'm just asking, you know, I know I sound illiterate, but just like show me on the actual map sizes that same example that you use. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you can't on a flat surface, which is why I just took the map off, because the actual sizes and distances don't work on a flat Earth.
They put it on a globe.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, globes here. That's perfect.
Okay,
just works.
So change the country sizes to the actual sizes.
No, these are the actual sizes on a globe.
Of the continent.
Yep.
That's our sizes. Okay, go back to North America. Let me go to North America.
North America. Yeah. There we go.
Okay, that is false because North America, Africa itself is about 2-3 times bigger than North America. You can fit United States in a small part of a country in Africa. That's false. Everything is smaller.
Yeah, you're right. So Africa there. Let me do this. Africa there is a shit ton bigger than the United States here. Yes. Africa here is massive compared to North America. Yes. 100%. Africa here, which takes up most of the fucking circle, is massive compared to this taking up less than 1/5 of the space of this circle. Yes, you are correct. Your point is?
My point is, I just wanted to show an actual you know what? I came in. I don't know, man. Forget it.
It's all right. It's all right.
Nah. It's just like my point was, like I said, I know I sound illiterate. I just wanted to see it. Actual see the master actual size while you did the example. I know you just saying, okay, yeah. You saying, yeah. Africa is 3 times bigger, but I want you to show people that it's actually show them how much bigger it is.
Yeah. It is monumentally bigger. So if I don't change the distances here on a globe and we just rotate this round to here and then rotate it down like that, obviously, this includes Canada as well, but if you just look at the continental United States being this bit here, down like that, it would fit in just this top part of Africa in terms of land space. So yes, this globe map is accurate. and the continental United States, including actually North America, would fit in less than half of the continent of Africa. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, I saw you later, so I'm going to leave, but thank you for letting me join your live.
Yeah, not a problem. Take it easy. But yes, I can absolutely smell my pizza now, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to
Give us a flat pizza, bro.
Yeah, my flat pizza. Whoa! It's turned up. It's got a wall around the outside edge as well to contain. Wait a minute, to contain all the contents. How cool is that? I think if it didn't have that, it'd just flow out everywhere, and I'd just be left with nothing. Right?
It's a good thing it has the crust, bro. But
Yes,
anyway,
yes.
I enjoyed the talk, bro. You know I have respect for you and everything. So,
Yeah, same. Take it easy. Right, guys, I'm sorry I didn't get to the other guests all requesting. There's currently six people at the moment. I do go live quite often. Everybody's welcome to come in and have a chat with me. I like talking to conversational flat earthers where there's none of this shouty bullshit, debatey, oh, I'm going to flat smack you and tell you a new one. It's like, no, if you have to narrate your own story, you're a fucking idiot. That's just not someone that I want to converse with. But any flat earther that wants to come in and actually have a conversation and question the globe, that would be awesome, because I want to be the most famous flat earther ever. But as always, one of these matches reality. One of these is really useful, and one is about as useful as something that doesn't exist. Don't join and tell me what you think, because I'm going to go now. But I thank you all for tuning in, and catch you all laters.